that's where I believe the new figure came from, simply for Dean Evans, because the focus is now from not doing the entire area to just one facility within the park.
We made that decision, and I'm asking more because I can't remember. Were the naming rights for the entire area considered part of that decision, or was it that discussion just to limit the scope of financing that we could entertain at this point?
There was discussion at that time that Baseball Enterprises asked to reserve their ability to rename East Crawford Recreation Area as part of that revised project. I don't know that there was ever a dollar amount discussed at that time. It was they felt that it was important in their fundraising efforts, and they've since been able to report back to us the $650,000 figure is what they were able to raise as a donation, and they probably need to speak to this more than I, but in direct connection to the renaming of East Crawford Recreation Area. So at the point that June 1st meeting that Mr. Cotton was referring to, you considered kind of an altered approach in terms of the COVID financial challenges that we had, and Baseball Enterprises solely paying for Dean Evans, but at that time they did ask for the ability to seek donations to rename East Crawford Recreation as part of that Dean Evans effort.
Okay, because USD, and I don't know if probably going too far ahead with the next issue, but
Well, they definitely interrelate.
right. Well, a significant portion of that money is coming from another public entity, and I guess it just seems, I don't know how to phrase it, and since I don't know who the donor is, I guess I can say this, hoping that I don't offend anyone. I would think for the entire complex, I'd look for more money.
In part, that our naming policy tries to break it into steps to avoid the awkwardness that you just described, and so that first step is to name declare a facility eligible for naming.
And that's what I probably should have asked first. This action is just to say that that name is available for renaming.
What indicates
it has nothing to do with who, how much. I mean, the amount is immaterial in our decision to decide if it's eligible.
Correct. Now, staff has done a couple things. You've already taken action to identify it as eligible for renaming, but recognizing that the alteration in terms of the scope of the project and the fundraising effort is a change. That's why we brought this resolution back to you. We're trying to make sure that you're aware of the amount, its connection to not only the Dean Evans project, but the renaming is the basis of being able to secure that donation, and then that it is the East Crawford name rather than a single facility.
But that action be separate, I would think should be separate from whoever it's going to be named after, or for whatever donation. I mean, just the fact that we're saying, okay, yes, this could and should be renamed, or really that it could be renamed.
Right. Yeah, there are more steps in the process, but the reason we brought this back to you is so that we addressed this decision point early on. I don't want to set this up for a surprise as Baseball Enterprises is proceeding on the next action item that we have on your agenda, on the basis that they can go forward with a construction design and bid, to find out that you have some level of discomfort of this proposed naming and fundraising approach.
I have one more, but go ahead.
I was just trying to, in my own mind, instead of being a naming initiative that encompasses all of the fields and projected an additional, championship field, this links it to just having the one field renovation. So that's the reason that it's coming back to us, correct? Because we're not talking about the entire complex, which I tried to add all that up in terms of what all of the East Crawford Recreation Area costs were going to be. But so that's I guess where and you all know your fundraising far better than I would, and also I could never come up with $650,000, so that's awesome, but I do echo Commissioner Davis's, I don't know if I'd say concern, but at least observation that, I mean, this is like the biggest naming right that we have for this project, and I don't know if, if that being gone right off the bat, if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I honestly don't know. So, but that's just kind of what I'm thinking aloud right now.
Yeah, I'd certainly want to give Baseball Enterprises the opportunity to speak to that. They're the ones that have done the fundraising and initially proposed the approach to you, and then were able to secure a very significant contribution in return for that naming right. So they, I think, can speak to it more specifically than I can about the importance of the East Crawford naming, as well as their desire not to change the Dean Evans
One
Stadium
quick question. Yeah, this is, so instead of being the East Crawford Recreational Area, it'll be the blank Family Recreational Area, for an example. But we still have the ability to do naming rights on the other fields that are still out there. So we still have that. Make sure everybody's aware of that. So we still have the ability to do additional fundraising through naming rights on those state.
I guess I'm a little bit confused as to why this is before us, because we've already determined that East Crawford Recreation Area is eligible for naming rights. We've done this step once, and even though the project has taken on a different form, that's still in place. We haven't said we're not going to do the rest of the project. And I just think, and the issue is, as I understand it, is we've all, I think, agreed not to rename the stadium away from Dean Evans Stadium, I think for some very good reasons. And what's left for this stage of the project is the East Crawford Recreation Area, because we have no other facilities out there that would provide, I guess, a nexus with the project other than the facility as a whole. Now, I don't know if that compromises the ability to raise money for any of the sub-facilities. In other words, they're going to say, well, if somebody got a naming right for this amount of money for the entire facility for one field, I ought to be able to get a naming right for 1/10 as much or whatever. I'm not sure it works that way. But personally, I really don't have an issue with this. I mean, it's something we've already done. The structure is a little bit different because of the way the project is proceeded. I'm perfectly fine with the way it sits.
Any questions for staff? Would Baseball Enterprise like to say a few words?
The only thing that I would like to clarify is in kind of the overall history of the East Crawford Recreational Complex. When it was first established, there was no names for any of the stadiums up there. And the concept when we first fundraised for Dean Evans, which is the first stadium that was named, was, and the commission then, as we came to them, we told them we wanted to do a partnership with the city, and we wanted to name a premier diamond Dean Evans Stadium. Now, at that time, James Matson Stadium was there, but was not named James Matson, and there were 4 other diamonds just to the south that were there. And they were just East Crawford 1, East Crawford 2, East Crawford 3, East Crawford 4, which they still are today. And so the concept was, as Dean Evans would start a tendency to honor Salinans for their philanthropy, not just for baseball, but for youth, and or with doing a very notable service to the community. So James Matson was as you recall, a participant in Legion Baseball and died tragically from cancer and was honored with that naming. Roger Wilbur which is right next to Dean Evans, was on the original Salina baseball board, also died of cancer, very instrumental in baseball in Salina, and was named so. We are trying to continue that overall philosophy. And when we first had our $8 million project, which got sidetracked with the virus, we were probably going to name the other 2 diamonds or 3 diamonds that were going to be turfed and the recreation center, all with Salina families that had been not just instrumental in baseball, but instrumental in youth and have a history. And we talked with you earlier when we approved your initial ones that we would steer away from corporations or, try to stay away from products that the public might feel don't incorporate city naming. And so we've stuck with, as our pledge to you, a family. And we've secured a Salina family that would like to donate. And with that future plan, that's why I think naming this recreational complex does fit in with the plan. It's what we have to name right now, because Dean Evans Stadium renaming is not an option. We don't wish it to be an option. We want to start with renovation, and we hope in the future that we can continue our original project. And this naming of the recreational complex will actually be a motivation for us to help you in the future with fundraising, develop the whole complex, because we think you'll see the value of the turf, and we think you'll see extra revenue from being able to rent the diamond at Dean Evans, and we know it'll be in demand. So we consider the naming of the complex kind of a beginning, not an end to our project. And we hope that in the future we'll continue with that, and all the stadiums will carry names of Salinans that have helped youth and baseball and softball. So that's my comment of where we're going with that. I have secured a donor. One of the reasons why we didn't want to publicize the name, of course, is protection, in case there was any feeling that this shouldn't be the case. And if so, we'll respect your decision and move on. But it will hurt our fundraising considerably.
And to that point, near the next item that we have to consider, the agreement to proceed with the project is predicated on this donation, correct?
It's certainly, as you know the amount, that's why we wanted to publicize the amount. And what we're planning on doing is putting in about $1.8 million in Dean Evans. So that's the portion, that has a portion, a fairly large portion.
Just have one question. If the coronavirus had not happened and we were flush with cash and the project was moving on,
Yes.
would there have been enough donations from the private side to complete your $4 million half?
No question. Okay. Unequivocally for certain.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comment from the public? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm Jacqueline Cairo, again, Salina, Kansas. As far as this renaming ideas, I'm late in the game. I just didn't expect to comment on this, but I will say that if any part, and by the way, I love baseball. I watched Bad News Bears again last night. But if any part of the public, the property discussed, the East Crawford, is owned by the public, or, which it is, public needs to have a say in any renaming. I'm here to speak for the citizens of Salina. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, this is like, we're at step 1 in the naming process, and there are opportunities for public. input as we go along through the process, both, it's going to be reviewed by the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and it'll be coming back to this body as well.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 207851.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7851. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. With that, we will move 7 to 7.5.
Item 7.5, resolution number 207855, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Salina Athletic Partners, including Salina Baseball Enterprises, Inc., Unified School District Number 305, and Kansas Wesleyan University relating to Dean Evans Stadium.
Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This item definitely interrelates with the one that you just considered, and we tried to put them together on this agenda so that to help with clarity. Some of the things I'm going to report are background information that I'm sure you're aware of, but for the general public's benefit, we were approached by Salina Baseball Enterprises proposing a public-private partnership where they offered to raise $4 million and asked for a $4 million match from the city. At that time, that was pre-COVID, and we still had budget challenges. We had $37.8 million of unfunded budget requests when we went through quite a planning exercise, and consensus was reached, and he provided direction to staff to pursue funding of our share or the city's share of that project with a transient guest tax increase. And so staff then began meeting with representatives of baseball enterprises and worked on a project scope and budget and prioritization of items to develop a budget. We had a draft agreement before you in December of last year and got some feedback with you about from you about how to proceed. Then the financial impacts of the coronavirus started to take effect and necessitated us revising the 2020 budget. And we postponed, we reviewed a lot of things in detail, postponed quite a few, and this project being one of them. We postponed further consideration until June 24th of this year. And in the intervening time, Salina Baseball Enterprises approached you and indicated they'd like to move forward with renovations to Dean Evans Stadium, funding those entirely with Salina Baseball Enterprise funding and donations, and not asking for a financial contribution on the part of the city. That project was dedicated only for Dean Evans and not for any other field renovations. And they indicated they estimated it to be a cost of $1.8 million. And at that time, they requested the ability to retain the right to rename East Crawford Recreation Area as an element of their fundraising efforts. And so based on the direction that you provided on that commission meeting date, you authorized that we should go forward and prepare a revised agreement. And so they also, some of the other things that Baseball Enterprises noted at that time were that they were hopeful that transient guest tax proceeds would return to normal at some point, and we could take up the remainder of the public-private partnership when the timing was right. They requested that field scheduling priority that had already been accounted for in the prior agreement be incorporated as part of this approach to Dean Evans, and they underscored that they were not asking for a financial commitment from the city. And that was on your June 1st agenda. At that time, you unanimously approved a motion indicating concurrence with their proposed approach and authorizing staff to coordinate with Salina Baseball Enterprises to bring you a revised agreement. And we continue to meet regularly to prepare the agreement that's before you today. And a copy of that's been attached to the staff report. The agreement refers to the Salina Athletic Partners, which is comprised of Salina Baseball Enterprises, USD 305, and Kansas Wesleyan University. And it provides that they will design, contract for construction and installation, and fund the cost of the Dean Evans Stadium improvements. The scope is spelled out in Exhibit A to the agreement. And the city's participation is limited to drainage improvements, which we've already completed, and the base cost of replacing netting at the stadium, which is in need of repair at this time. In fact, we've kind of been biding our times while we put this project together. The project in the Baseball Enterprises wishes to do a patio project behind home plate. You may recall that, which will change the configuration of the netting, and they've agreed to pay the cost difference between the base cost of the netting and its current configuration and that revised configuration to accommodate the patio seating. So the agreement goes on to provide that there will be an account maintained by Salina Baseball Enterprises, as well as an account established with the Greater Salina Community Foundation, that they'll confirm to us in writing the availability of the funds in the form of a cash on deposit, bank lines of credit secured by pledges in the combined amount of not less than 1.8 million. The target date for that is August 18th, and that's a precondition to them being able to enter into any construction contracts or proceed further with the project. The school district has been integrally involved all along, and they've agreed to contribute $500,000 to this project. And the agreement goes on to say that a project account dedicated to this project will be maintained, and that monthly accounting will be provided to the city. The Salina Athletic Partners retain the naming rights for the East Crawford Recreation Area, as we just discussed. And then it provides for oversight by the city manager or the city manager's designee with the advice of a design and construction advisory group comprised of Baseball Enterprises, the school district, the city, Kansas Wesleyan University, and a licensed architect mutually agreed upon by the parties. It provides that we will meet and confer as needed, and the city has final discretion and authority as the ultimate owner of the facility. It also provides that Baseball Enterprises will serve as the contracting partner by way of a license agreement subject to review and consent by the city. And it spells out in detail the elements of the project that they agree to facilitate. It provides that the city retains ownership and control of the Dean Evans Stadium, and access is granted to Baseball Enterprises by way of a license agreement. The city retains authority to control uses of and scheduling of the facility subject to the scheduling priority that's provided for in the agreement. And based on the level of donation, scheduling priority is given first to Baseball Enterprises, followed by USD 305, and then Kansas Wesleyan University. As we previously discussed, it also provides for a maintenance and advisory board that serves an advisory role to the city manager and the Park and Recreation Board regarding use, maintenance, scheduling, potential future improvements, fees, and concessions for the facility. Its membership is made up of a representative of Baseball Enterprises, the school district, Kansas Wesleyan, city manager's office, city parks and recreation department, and the Park and Rec Advisory Board. And then that body recommends a representative from baseball at large and softball at large as well. Funding the maintenance and replacements is something that's been an identified concern that we've talked about at length, not just for this project, but for many parks projects, recognizing we have a significant amount of deferred maintenance. So you previously had discussions about what's been referred to as an escrow fund or a sinking fund, and setting that up. We did put an excerpt from prior minutes and conversation on that topic, just as a refresher for you in the staff report. And the agreement contains several very specific provisions to address maintenance and replacement of the turf. With respect to that, it provides that there will be rules relating to proper use of the fields, and that there will be multiple replacement turf panels for selective partial replacement of turf in high wear areas. That's something that Baseball Enterprises has proposed from the outset, recognizing there's certain areas of the turf that will get more wear and tear, and so that'll extend the useful life of the field and the turf, and that's part of the budget. It also provides for user fees that are consistent with those charged by other communities for comparable facilities, and we talked about this at great length and agreed that fees will be charged by the game on a basis by the game, by the hour for practices and use, and there'd be additional fees for use of lights at the facility. Additionally, then they're not subject to waiver, so that just to clarify that the fee is expected of all participants. It does provide that there's a graduated fee schedule in recognition of the level of contribution of some of the athletic partners. And then it also identifies the suggested relevant factors that could be taken into consideration when setting those fees. And that does not limit it to just those considerations, but things that were identified were cost of operating and using the facility, cost of ongoing maintenance and repair, capital costs associated with construction and maintenance, as a few examples. So those provisions were intended to convey that the fee structure is intended to fund maintenance and future replacement costs. As I mentioned, there was considerable discussion about the approach. And so the section 4.5.3 was something that we discussed at length, and it represents Salina Baseball Enterprises' proposed approach to the sinking fund and escrow fund that I had mentioned, and in response to conversations that have occurred before this body before. So what is proposed is establishing a dedicated fund to accumulate those funds, a city fund, for maintenance, repair, and replacing the turf surfaces at Dean Evans. That it be initially funded by matching contributions of $50,000 from the city and the Salina Athletic Partners, and that there be an annual contribution of $50,000 by the city commencing in 2022. So it goes on to provide that if we have discretion, subject to non-appropriation, and if we should choose not to fund the $50,000 in 2021, then the Salina Athletic Partners wouldn't be expected to either, or at least they could opt out of it. It goes on to provide that any user fees and other resources, as the city determines, may be used to fund that $50,000 contribution, and it's subject to annual appropriation. It's to be determined in the city's sole discretion, and the parties acknowledge that the fund is not intended to be the sole source of funding for replacement of the turf, and the replacement of the turf component in approximately 12 years will be dependent upon facility user fee increases, additional fundraising efforts, or other yet to be identified sources of funding. I would note that this approach, depending on whether the replacement's in 10 or 12 years, would yield about $600,000 to $700,000 in that escrow fund without interest, which is in the ballpark, no pun intended, of what we think the replacement cost would be. As far as a fiscal note, there's no direct fiscal cost associated with this initial request. It's being funded by Baseball Enterprises. As I just mentioned, it does provide for an annual contribution from the city, and then it would be our facility to operate and maintain. We'd have the ability to set fees and adjust fees to try to address that. So the actions that we've identified for your consideration, you could approve the resolution as it's been presented. You could approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You could postpone consideration of the resolution and provide additional direction on any information or amendments that you'd like. Or you could vote to deny the resolution, and without further direction on your part, I think that would be interpreted as declining Salina Baseball Enterprises' offer with the intent of discontinuing further negotiations. I did note that Salina Baseball Enterprises and their donors have demonstrated a considerable amount of commitment and patience and tenacity as this has played out over time. They're very committed to this project, and I commend them for it. And that you've expressed concern about funding ongoing maintenance and replacement of the turf, which deferred maintenance isn't a priority or something that's taken on higher priority with us. The proposed approach does include that we would accept additional financial responsibility for ongoing maintenance, but it really kind of turns into somewhat of a cost-benefit analysis of the value of the $1.8 million that Baseball Enterprises has raised and committed to the project on the front end, and that is definitely significant. I don't have any sense that the city or city staff could raise those kind of funds or get that kind of support for this project. So the value of the donation being offered and the improvement being proposed is very substantial and wouldn't be possible without Salina Baseball Enterprises. And we have every reason to believe that the agreement represents the extent of what Baseball Enterprises is willing to commit. We've had continued numerous frank conversations, and it's very heartfelt that they've done what they can to raise funds, and they feel like they're coming to the table with an offer that they feel is very reasonable. So with that, if you agree with the approach, then staff would recommend option number one. If that's not acceptable, I'm a little bit at a loss as to alternatives, and it really is a negotiation that I can't speak for Salina Baseball Enterprises. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for staff?
Okay, I'll bite. Where is our initial $50,000 going to come from?
I anticipated it would come out of the park fee, the $500,000 park fees that we have available
So
annually.
it'd come out of the $500,000 we've allocated to deal with deferred maintenance in the park fund.
Right.
Or in the special sales tax fund.
Just two questions. One is more baseball related. Does the system of graduated fees apply just to Dean Evans, or does that same graduated fee schedule apply to the entire complex?
I think your mic went
mic's
off,
off.
Mike. I'm
Sorry, I
sorry.
thought I turned it on. I must have turned it off. I think the opportunity to reset fees comes from Salina Baseball Enterprises donations they've raised so far and the creation of this advisory group. So I think we'll most likely look at all of our fees, and if we change those fees, then we would try to recognize that graduated fee schedule in return for the donations.
Okay, and can this agreement go all the way to, or can it be completed without 7.3, the naming rights?
And we're trying to
Gone
run-
through its natural life
Yes, no,
process?
they in Baseball Enterprises' interest of confirming the donation, we need to run these together. So this would be we'd enter into this agreement, and part of then we'd have to run the naming process as well. And then as they come back and confirm the availability of funds, it would be a function of the naming process being successful and that $650,000 being available.
And if the naming, I'm not suggesting this happen, but if the naming process was not successful, what happens to this agreement?
Well, I think Baseball Enterprises would have the opportunity to say that they don't have the funds, the precedent condition is not met, and the agreement wouldn't go forward.
All right, so they would have no penalty, there'd be no penalty on
Not
their
on
part.
Baseball Enterprises' part.
Okay.
The project could be unsuccessful.
Okay.
And
I've got just a couple questions, and then they might even be for Mr. Cotton. Do we have a sense of what user fees are typically generated each year from the field rental?
that is a good question. We've talked about that a number of times, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Chris, do you happen to know?
Or maybe Mr. Shealy?
We don't generally break the fees out between the two complexes, but between Bill Burke and East Crawford, the user fees are around $130,000 a year.
Okay. And then, per this agreement specifically, I'm assuming at the present time, staff is setting what those user fees are, Parks and Rec staff. And I'm assuming that at some level, we have an oversight that approves those fees, whether that looks like our comprehensive fee schedule or when exactly we approve that. Going forward under the new agreement, who would, because I just wasn't sure, who is going to be setting the user fees under the new agreement? Is it going to continue to be Parks and Rec with consultation with Baseball Enterprises and USD 305 and Kansas Wesleyan? Or is this something that, is at Parks and Rec's sole discretion?
We will consult with the advisory group for the project that's going to be involved. There'll be an ongoing board, that advisory group that meets for the whole complex.
Right.
But ultimately, the decision for fees will still be left up to the city.
Okay. That was my question in terms of what role the advisory board played in terms of the establishment of the user fees. And let's see, I've got you here.
Not to interrupt, but just to clarify that a little bit further, that is correct. And the agreement references the East Crawford Recreation Advisory Board, so it's more than just the donors, it's that larger group. And it goes on to say that the parties agree the express intent and desire when making its recommendations in the city commission when establishing fees, so it acknowledges the city commission's
That's what I
role.
thought, but I wanted to make sure, and then I also wanted to make sure another component of that is once the revenues are received, who ultimately has control over those revenues and where they should be spent? Obviously, there's going to need to be a lot of consultation in terms of what Baseball Enterprises are. Improvements that need to be made, or USD 305 or Kansas Wesleyan. But at the end of the day, if we were to choose to direct some of those proceeds toward our part of the ongoing $50,000 a year sinking fund contribution, would we have that discretion, or is that something that the advisory board directs the receipts, how those funds are spent?
No, we would have that discretion. In fact, it's intended to be built that way, that
Okay.
if we can realize some fee increment, that could be applied to the 50,000. And so, you know, there's a provision that there will be a dedicated turf maintenance and replacement fund that the city
Right.
will establish. There is the contemplation that fees can be applied to the city's $50,000. There's also consideration that it's subject to non-appropriation on the part of the city,
Right.
which ultimately that we kind of
Right.
penalize ourselves if we non-appropriate early on. It just stacks up that deferred maintenance, but it leaves considerable discretion with the city.
Thank you. And then I know that we invested in a drainage project, and I looked through my old Baseball Enterprises materials, and I didn't see it. Do you know a ballpark of how much we invested in the drainage project this year? Was it around 75,000?
No, I think it was less. I think it was around 57,000.
Okay.
I think the initial estimate may have been 75. and
75.
it ended
I
up
just couldn't
there.
remember. And then what are we looking at in terms of a ballpark cost? Again, no pun intended, but for netting replacement, what were we budgeting for the netting replacement?
If memory serves, the original to replace the existing net was around $4,000, I think, and
okay.
then there was another $250 to maybe $3,000 for the new net.
Okay.
So we would be on the hook for the original investment.
Gotcha.
And if
Just
it helps
wanted
at
to know.
all, we wouldn't deny that both of those were needed projects independent of the Dean Evans proposal.
Thank you. That's all I got.
So if something happens with the initial $50,000 contribution from each party and for whatever reason that does not happen, is the city still then responsible for the $50,000 annual contribution in the following years?
I'll look to the author of that language. I believe so. I mean, it starts with the presumption that each of us will put in the 50,000.
Right.
It provides for an annual contribution, and then it just follows up that if the city fails to appropriate the funds for that initial 50,000, Salina Athletic Partners shall be relieved of their obligation of the 50,000. I think the presumption is the annual contribution would continue. However, it's still subject to annual appropriation on the part of the city.
Okay.
That-
Yes, Commissioner, that was the thought, as you might imagine. The two that are timed virtually at the same time were what the arrangement anticipated, that understandably that Baseball Enterprises wanted to be assured that the city would be making that initial contribution simultaneous with the expectation that they would make the initial contribution. If the city didn't, they are relieved of that responsibility. But it did anticipate that the agreement would otherwise go forward.
I do have, I guess, a suggestion to throw out with respect to 4.5.3 sub-item C. I would like for the reading of that to change to say an annual contribution of not to exceed $25,000 by the city, payable from transient guest tax proceeds, to match 1-for-1 with fee revenues from use of the facilities and private contributions commencing on or before December 31st, 2022, and each year thereafter. That simply makes a formal tie between the fee revenues and the funds that are committed, and makes it clear that that is a part of the city contribution, along with whatever might come from private entities, private individuals to contribute to replacement of the turf when it expires.
I'm sorry, Commissioner France, could you tell me where that section was again?
It's section 4.5.3 on page 9
Thank you.
and subsection C.
Great, thank you.
Simply spells out a little more detail on the $50,000 contribution annually that we will make. And I'm simply expanding that to include, we can do that, but match the fee
Repeat
revenues
that again,
or
how you
private
had,
contributions.
repeat how you had that broken down, if you would, Commissioner Franz.
Pardon?
Repeat how you had that broken down.
I'm saying that it's an annual contribution of not to exceed $25,000 by the city commission, payable from the transient guest tax to be matched 1-for-1 or to match 1-for-1 with fee revenues from use of the facilities and private contributions commencing on or before December 31, 2022. The idea is to preserve the sales tax proceeds so we can continue to allocate the full $500,000 to our parks maintenance, catch up, and to make it clear that the $50,000 includes the fee revenues and any private contributions that might come in for that.
So
I like that idea. Would that mean that we would need to take a look at how we have our transient guest tax structured, since I think that we allocate it proportionally between Visit Salina and then the two other marketing funds, basically?
and those are by percentage, so
yeah, I said
they're
proportion,
not a fixed
percentage.
dollar amount. So without, unless we're able to amend our agreement with CVB, we would need to take that out of our share of the transit gas tax that goes to the Tony's Pizza Event Center. Just as a clarification, so your expectation would be the total of the fees and private donations on an annual basis then determine how much to be matched by transient guest tax.
The idea is that we would contribute up to $25,000, and if the fees came in at $25,000, there'd be $50,000 there. If the fees come in at $10,000, then there'd be $20,000 there.
Only problem with that is that the field's going to need to be replaced. Whether those fees have been
Which is why I
substantial
said
or
earlier,
not. I mean,
if the payments are less on the front end, it's our maintenance that we're deferring. And I don't want to put words in Baseball Enterprises' mouth, but you know, they've been with us for how many years now? 30? Been with us for decades in terms of raising funds. So there was conversation about, you know, when we get 10, 12 years out, then maybe there's another fundraising drive. But my point, I guess, is if we don't make the annual contributions, we may find ourselves with a maintenance cost.
I do like the way that you have the funds set, just that, well, the other question is there enough of those fees that's not already earmarked for something else to take
Well,
$25,000?
the proposal is that they're going to increase fees for use of this facilities with an eye to recovering some of this cost. Now, I don't expect it to recover all of it, but I do expect us to keep track of and manage those fees. And I'm concerned that we're making the commitment for the full $50,000 every year without some formal tie to other fee income that should be included as a part of that. Or to private donations if they happen to transpire, and I'm not gonna, I don't know what to expect there, but the idea is we get 10 years or 12 years, and at that level, the bulk of the money should be there, and at that point, we can decide how to proceed with whatever balance is not.
I guess the question I was asking is, of the $130,000 that's estimated that comes in, is that, you know, is that still a loss for us for operating those fields, but it eases the pain, or it should be reasonably expect that there's profit at the end of the year on that?
I don't know that it breaks even or it's profitable, but recognizing that, the thinking was that if there's new increment to
Just
be
bump it.
generated, we'd capture that and direct it to this.
So that would get earmarked to come off the top?
I guess this would be a question for either Mr. Cotton or Baseball Enterprises. Will you have a mechanism in place that when fees get increased, that you would know what those dollars are that would go into basically a fund that could then be transferred at the end of the year?
Well, as we run it now, all the fees for the use of all of our athletic complexes goes to the general fund. So we can set that mechanism up any way that we needed to track that, but we don't, it doesn't dollar for dollar come back to operate those facilities. We operate the facilities as part of the park system, and part of that is the economic impact we have when people come to town. So we don't recover all of our expenses running the complexes. $130,000 is a good sum of money, but it doesn't recover the cost of running either one of those facilities.
So, but in answering your question, probably the easiest way would be to identify the baseline that we have on the current fee structure, and then see what we get in the way of, because it's not just a function of that rental fee, it may be a function of increased rentals as well. So we could establish a baseline, and as long as we exceed that baseline by 25,000.
I mean, that's the only way you're going to be able to do it, based on Commissioner
or
Francis.
an increment of every single rental, which is going to be a lot harder to account for.
If we increase fees too much, just to be clear, if we increase fees too much, we'll lose that business. I mean, we won't from some of the local groups, but people coming from outside to rent our facilities. So we need to be cognizant of that as well.
Well, it's my understanding, this may not be correct, but it's my understanding that the bulk of the use on Dean Evans, which is the facility we're talking about, I think, upgrading at this point, is college ball, Wesleyan, high school ball, Legion ball. In other words, they are, and because of the nature of the contributions, those individuals have scheduling priorities, and that they pay fees for using the facility. And I thought the concept was that those fees for those individuals would be increased to some degree to cover the maintenance and replacement of the turf at the time that needs to happen.
Yeah, still recognizing the graduated rate schedule.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and I guess just maybe a follow-up question to Commissioner Francis' question is, I get the correlation between USD 305 and they're having a seat at the table and preferential scheduling, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand Baseball Enterprises is there to represent the Legion and the baseball programs there. I get that. So where does Kansas Wesleyan come in? Because they're in that priority group, and so are they providing financial commitment that, because I guess I'm revealing something about myself, but I'm a very money-oriented person, and I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking about naming something for a family, but if Cirillas came in here and they said, I'll give you $1 million for it, I'd be sold, okay? So that's where I'm at. And it's kind of like, so what is Wesleyan doing, Kansas Wesleyan doing to buy their seat at the table?
I can answer it, but I've invited Steve to give you that answer, since I would prefer a Wesleyan answer.
Sure. Steve Wilson, I'm the Director of Athletics at Kansas Wesleyan. We do have $125,000 marked for the baseball project, and all in on baseball and softball, $250,000. So in gender equity, 125 to baseball.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate knowing that, and thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Just in case it comes up, I'm anticipating another question. Sacred Heart is verbally committed to donating to the project. The amount hasn't been set yet, but they have verbally committed. At the last time I was here, we weren't sure, and so I did want to give you that knowledge also.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
When we're looking at the turf, I know we've talked about, there's high usage areas, pitcher's mounds, batting boxes. In the original cost, there's additional turf that's being purchased to help replace those over that first 10 to 12 year period. Is that correct?
Construction guy can answer that.
Kenny Hancock, 1831 Hillcrest Lane. Yes, that's correct. We will be requesting for first base, second base, and third base 3 replacement panels that, in addition to the first laying of the turf. But at the batter's box, the catcher's area, and pitcher's mound, we'll be getting 6 replacement panels. Yeah, depending on how well they wear, depending on use, how well we maintain them. The 6 it's estimated from the turf manufacturers that the 6 replacement panels will get us through to the entire turf replacement, and that's what our goal is, so that we don't have to buy any others. They're a fairly small additional cost if we would have to, but I'm trying to get us so that the point is We'll pay for everything up front. We'll have them there stored somewhere and we can just replace them. They will be Velcroed in. They're not quite as easy as it sounds to undo them and put them in, but it's fairly straightforward to do it.
One other question. We're talking about the full replacement cost at the end of that 10 to 12 years being significantly less. Could you address that?
Yeah, we originally had in our estimates that a replacement cost would be about 60% of the initial cost of the turf. And the initial cost right now that we have budgeted for Dean Evans is about $975,000. Let's call it $1 million. Recent conversations, and actually Byron and I met today with 2 potential turf suppliers, the same ones that we haven't changed the turf suppliers that we've approved. We just have ongoing conversations with them for the last couple of years. 50% is actually the number that they say that it's been coming in at. So it headed downwards in the right direction for us. So we're anticipating $500,000 to replace it. Of course, let's escalate the price 10 years hence, and it might be $600,000, but that actually accounts for some inflation some 10 years down the road as well.
Thank you.
Plus in 10 years, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
You know.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I guess my comments are, we're fortunate, and again, maybe this is a problem Salina has, is every time we do a large project, we have private donors that are significantly stepping forward, and we have a $1.8 million project here that there's $0 being asked of the city. And I think we kind of lose sight of that, and into 10 years, I think as a city, we should have some cost, because right now we'll have basically no skin in the game. So I have mixed emotions over Commissioner Franz's request.
I agree. I don't agree with your last comments, Mayor, that I think that 50,000 is not too big a ask of the city, and to make a point of saying that this is a partnership. It's been a partnership all along, and I think the baseball entities have done remarkable things about pulling the whole community together to back this. So that 50,000 in Part C doesn't bother me.
Well, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Franz, but I don't think his intention was to not be on the hookup, but just to direct where the money's going to come from for our budgeting purposes.
That's correct. I'm not disputing that we need to contribute something. I just want something down to show how the allocation is going to occur when we do contribute it.
But based on your 50,000, the city isn't. Well, I guess unless we're taking transient guest tax, but we're taking that away from the TPEC then. So,
I'm
and then the other 25,000 is private funds / fees.
Or fees.
Still no contribution from us.
But the initial presentation said there would be fees charged to help with this.
And I agree.
Okay.
But I don't know to what level that is. I guess that's, So.
Well, something I keep coming back to too, though, in defense of Commissioner Francis' suggestion is, I'm just not really excited about taking it away from that $500,000 a year that we have allocated out of the sales tax to try to address some of the other $6 million worth of deferred maintenance throughout our park system. So I guess that's why,
Well,
I mean, if that makes sense.
Given that, the guest tax is allocated to TPAC, and we also have other funds allocated to TPAC that may end up coming out of the sales tax, I'm not going to stand on whether it comes from transient guest or sales tax. I just want it clear that we'll kick in one for one up to whatever it is, and then as we get down the road, we see how that's working. Maybe we can change that. I just think there ought to be some mechanism for tying fees and private contributions and city contributions together on some sort of match. I just don't like the idea of saying we're going to give 50,000 every year, no matter what.
And not knowing what's coming from
And
the fee structure.
and then the fees disappear into operations, you know, and that's not the intent as we set out on this.
Any ideas, Mr. Scragg?
I'm sorry, let me turn my microphone on. If you're looking for language, one of the things that I've been drafting here is reversing the reference to the matching funds to put it at the end of the thought. So what I have is an annual contribution of $50,000 by the city commencing on or before December 31st, 22, and each year thereafter, to be funded with user fees and private donations and city funds in an amount matching user fees and donations not exceeding $25,000 per year. Meaning the match is not exceeding $25,000 a year.
I think that says the same thing in essence.
Guess I'd have to look to Mr. Cotton to see if that seems doable. Or Baseball Enterprises, I guess. I'm not sure.
One of the
You're
things
the
that
money guy. He's the construction guy, remember?
I think we can make it, I think we should be able to make it work. Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I may, I did some talking for Baseball Enterprises, and I want to give them the opportunity to clarify anything I might have said that I may have got wrong. I spoke on your behalf a little bit. I want to make sure I didn't get anything wrong.
Everything he said was the way we understood it. And as far as our initial donation to that 50,000, we could do that at any point. We're prepared to do that. And we have secured the funds for Dean Evans, so.
Mayor, if I may, while everyone's thinking, I do have one, I think, non-substantive point of just clarification. With your action just prior to this matter on the naming rights, you may have noticed that in section 2.1.3 that addresses naming rights, it refers to your prior action, the previous resolution, number 197733, the
I
original.
don't think we can hear you. Can you move up to the microphone? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The current language of the agreement in 2.1.3 refers to the resolution you enacted when you were addressing the naming rights for under the original plan. If we may, I anticipated that if you approve the resolution in your action just immediately preceding this one, we would substitute today's date and the new resolution number as the basis for going forward on naming rights. So that's just a language change that follows the action you just took. If that makes sense.
It would read, on July 27, 2020, the City Commission adopted resolution number
207851.
20-7851 in completion of the first step under the naming guidelines identified by
55.
by identifying ECRA. It's on page 3 of the agreement, section 2.1.3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I see it. I think the number was 7855.
Oh, 51.
51.
It was 51?
207851 is what on the
Oh.
top.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this issue?
Joan Ratzliff, Salina, and I don't expect my comment to make any difference, but I feel like I just need to register an objection to establishing plastic turf at the site or anywhere else. You know, considering what's happening with our climate and you know, outside of any economic concerns, because I haven't put numbers on it, but From an environmental standpoint, I just want to register that objection to the plastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess.
Are you accepting a motion?
Yep, let's
Okay.
take a shot at it. How's that?
I would
51,
see if I can find the verbiage. I would move that we approve resolution number 207855 with an amendment to change the 4.5.3 subsection C in the way suggested by City Manager Scragg. I'm not going to try to repeat it all. Yeah.
Second?
Do you want to read your corrected or your amendment so we know exactly how that's verb?
Section 4.5.3 subsection C would read an annual contribution of $50,000 by the city commencing on or before December 31st, 2022 and each year thereafter to be funded with user fees and private donations and city funds in amount matching user fees and private donations and not exceeding $25,000 per year. And then the other one, give me a second to get to that page. Section 2.1.3 would insert in place of the reference to August 26th, a sentence that says, on July 27th, 2020, the City Commission adopted resolution number 20-7851 in completion of the first step under the naming guidelines by identifying ECRA in its entirety as a qualified facility for naming rights under the naming guidelines.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7855 with amendments. And I'm not going to try to repeat those. I think we just heard those. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you, guys, Baseball Enterprises, for your work. Okay, that will lead us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, resolution number 20-7856, authorizing the mayor to execute a lease agreement with Saline County, Kansas for the Saline County Expo Center.
Okay, Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. If you'd asked me to guess, I never would have guessed these two agreements would be on the same agenda. I wouldn't have guessed what date either one of these would have hit our agenda. Again, I'm going to give you a little bit of background for the benefit of the public and the listeners at home, things that I'm sure you already know. But the ownership of Oakdale and Kenwood Park has been confusing or a little counterintuitive for not even decades, centuries, I guess you could say. Dating back to 1881, Oakdale Park and Kenwood Park were donated to the city and the county and held in trust. And ironically, Oakdale Park was held in trust by the county and Kenwood Park was held by the city, and our uses kind of countered how those properties were held. So since 1922, the city occupied and maintained and physically improved Oakdale Park. And over a number of years, the city and the county have had discussions with regard to long-term permanent ownership and leasing of both of those parks. In March of 2011, the city and county entered into a real estate transfer agreement that transferred the ownership of Oakdale Park to the city in return for the city's commitment to future construction of public water and sanitary sewer improvements to a property that the county purchased in southeast Salina as a potential new site for an expo center, located in the south and east of the intersection of Schilling Road and Ohio Street. Not necessarily right in that corner, but just a little bit south of that corner. So the city's obligation in that agreement was to either, at the request of Saline County and in conjunction with development of that site that they purchased to install the public improvements, or we could do it at the city's discretion. Our normal course of development caused us to install water and sewer main extensions in that location, so our requirements have been satisfied by our own initiation. As part of that real estate transfer agreement, there are other provisions related to Kenwood Park. Specifically, that Kenwood Park would no longer be subject to a provision that we previously had about the possibility of a development of a convention hotel attached to the Tony's Pizza Event Center, which could then shorten the term of that lease, which was understandably a concern to the county. It also indicated that the county could extend their lease from 2019 for 4 one-year additional terms on the basis of conducting a county fair in the upcoming year. So that could have extended the lease to 2023. The county indicated they didn't want to let that clock run out. They wanted to have conversations about renewing the lease well in advance of 2023, which is what precipitated the conversations that we've been having for quite some time now. So the county indicated a desire to extend that lease rather than relocate, and there's been a lot of discussion on the part of joint meetings and collaboration with city staff, involvement of consultants to develop possible master plans for the property. As you may recall, the county asked us, what our expectations were in terms of their improvement of the facility, and we brought in HDR, and they prepared a plan, and then the county prepared a plan. We've looked at both of those, and then we kind of focused on a more cost-effective, value-engineered approach to maintenance and improvements. And one thing of note is the county did not pay lease payments previously, and they're not asked to pay lease payments as part of this agreement either. Instead, the agreement specifically calls out that the city, and this is a quote, the city's willingness to enter into a lease term of 30 years at the request of the county was substantially induced by the county's commitment to complete the maintenance and improvement items and to be solely responsible for maintaining and repairing the Expo Center facilities in accordance with the standards and covenants set forth in this lease agreement throughout the entire lease term. So they have full responsibility for operation and maintenance of the facility as the tenant. The lease agreement that is before you today is the final product of joint meetings of the city and county commissions, as well as ongoing communications that we've had to refine the agreement. As highlights of that agreement, the term would be January 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2050, so a 30-year term. Salina County is elected to discontinue leasing and maintaining the rodeo grounds in support of the county fair commencing in 2021. The county may remove personal property from the arena area, so not necessarily buildings and structures, but personal property. The city, as part of our river renewal project, has plans for the riverbank, and so as part of this agreement, we're committing to maintain back of curb parking along Kenwood Park Drive, kind of on the south side of the Expo Center location. During the fair, they use that extensively for horse trailer parking and those type of things. Exhibit C of the agreement is a very detailed, itemized list of maintenance and improvement items that the county commits to pay for, diligently pursue, and complete by December 31st of 2025. The agreement provides for an inspection and approval process regarding those improvements so that the city inspects them and signs off on them. Failure to complete those items would be an event of default and would be grounds for termination of the lease agreement. The agreement also provides for a dispute resolution process in the form of a public meeting of the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager, the board of commissioners chair, the board of commissioners vice chair, and the county administrator. Admittedly, that's 6 people. It's going to take some consensus to resolve an issue. The agreement goes on to provide that the county may make additional exterior improvements, add buildings, or demolish buildings at their expense and subject to review and approval by the city, with one notation there. Ag Hall is identified as a significant resource, and so it's subject to some additional review and approval process in terms of city approval, and that's accounted for in the agreement. The lease agreement specifies that the county maintenance and repair obligations include just keeping it neat, clean, sanitary, conforming with statutes and ordinances, maintaining the interiors of the buildings in safe and functional conditions, and maintaining the exteriors in at least as good order as constructed or completed by the county in accordance with the maintenance and improvement items, accounting for normal aging and fading of exterior surfaces. So the expectation is We've communicated by way of Exhibit C the repairs and improvements to be made, and then they're to maintain that level over the life of the lease. It does provide for city and county annual joint inspection of the facilities. It does provide that the city can initiate additional inspections. And then if there is a disagreement or if there's a concern, there is a notice and cure process where we would provide notice of a concern of non-compliance with the agreement. There'd be a cure period, and if a disagreement remains unresolved, then it may be resolved by an independent third party of the city's choosing. And then lastly, the expiration or termination of the lease. At the expiration or termination of the lease, the county may remove buildings within 6 months of the expiration or termination of that agreement. If you'd like, I can answer any questions you might have about the specifics of Exhibit C or the agreement. There's no direct fiscal cost to the city associated with this item. It's all the financial responsibility of the county to make the agreed upon improvements. As far as actions for your consideration today, you could approve the resolution and the agreement as it's been presented. You could approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You could postpone consideration of the resolution and the agreement to a specified date and time and provide additional direction regarding information or amendments that you'd like for further consideration. You could vote to deny the resolution, which would have the effect of discontinuing negotiations with Salina County. In light of all the conversations that have gone on to get to this point, staff recommends option number 1, approving it as prepared.
Okay, questions for staff?
I think we've asked those over the last 6 years.
It's not to say there aren't questions to be had.
Yeah, okay. Any comments from the public? Or any comments from, I guess, should ask for other commissioners? We've hashed this out pretty well over the last year or two, so. Any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 207856.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7856. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. And I would like to thank the county commission also for working on this. We were a ways apart and we kept working towards a goal and we managed to get there. So I'm excited to see the renovations and the way that project moves forward. So, okay. With that, we will move to development business.
Item 8.1, application Z20-2, requesting a change in zoning district classification from R2 to I2 on a vacant lot facing Reynolds Street, addressed as 535 Reynolds Street. 8.1A, first reading ordinance number 20-11025. Item 8.2, application number Z20-3, requesting a change in zoning district classification from R to U district for 8 lots located on north side of Lucid Avenue, east of North 9th Street. Item 8.2A, first reading ordinance number 20-11026. Item 8.3, consider recommendations from the Salina City Planning Commission to amend the future land use map designated of the former Lowell Elementary School site to urban residential and to rezone the school site from R1 to PDD, which is R2. Item 8.3A, first reading ordinance number 20-11027. Item 8.3B, first reading ordinance number 20-11030.
Okay, these three items.
We could do those all at once.
Yeah, these
but we
3
better
items
take them one at a time.
are going to be handled separately, obviously. We will address item 8.1, which is ordinance 20-11025, application filed by Joe Hill Trust. Mr. Andrew?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. You have on your development business agenda tonight 3 recommendations that came forward from the Planning Commission's July 7th meeting that was held at the Tony's Pizza Event Center. And the first is an application filed by Mr. Joe Hill, and he is requesting the rezoning of a vacant lot was rezoned to R2 in 2019, and he's requesting that it revert back to its previous zoning, which is I2. And Mr. Hill purchased this property back in 2014. It was formerly the site of a mobile home park, and that mobile home park was cleaned off the site before Mr. Hill purchased it. And Mr. Hill and his family own Bob's Pawn Shop, which is located in this location right here. And because of his aging parents and association with the business, he desired to create what I would call a live-work arrangement, just not within the same building. And so he filed an application in 2019 to change the zoning designation of 6 lots along the west side of Reynolds here. And he did so at my urging because I believed, based on his preliminary plans, that he might need 150 feet of frontage along Reynolds to accommodate his plans. And the Planning Commission recommended approval of that change. You concurred with that recommendation, and on March 11th, 2019, approved an ordinance that rezoned 6 lots here along the west side of Reynolds. A building permit for a new single-family attached dwellings was issued in 2019. With our nice 2020 aerial photos, we can now see the building as it is there, and you can see that I was wrong and that this south 25 feet was not needed to make his house fit on the lot. Mr. Hill is having some complications with the county appraiser's office about the status of this lot and this building that's located on a portion of it. So he has filed this application to essentially, he'd like to undo the change that was made in 2019 as to this lot. And so this request is to have this particular lot right here revert back to I2, which is what this is all zoned I2 here. And so he just wants to move the line 25 feet to the north as far as the I2 goes. Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on this request at their July 7 meeting. There were no members of the public who appeared and spoke at the hearing, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the property be changed from R2 back to its original I2. And the findings that they cited are located on page 7 of your report. So this comes to you with a recommendation to approve the change to I2. And at this evening's meeting, you can concur with their findings and recommendation and approve the ordinance number 20-11025 on first reading this evening. This would require 3 affirmative votes. If you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission to rezone this lot, you could return it back to the Planning Commission with your reasons for disagreeing. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide you with additional information, or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and vote to deny the attached ordinance 20-11025. So with that, I'd be open to any questions that the commission might have.
Just one, does Mr. Hill own clear down to owns that building to the south also, correct?
He built that building, he owns right to this line.
Okay.
And so it's a strange plat where the lots that are platted are only 25 feet wide. So there's a whole bunch of lots all the way down to here, but he built this building here, and this is Bob's Pawn Shop, and then he built this so he could live side by side with his parents.
And that building to the south is I2.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I think Dustin, you had that boundary there that you had put up there, so. This is the part that is R2.
Any questions? Okay, any comments from the public? Is anybody from the, I don't see anybody here from the Hill family to comment?
I do not believe Mr. Hill is present.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I had moved that we concur with the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission, approving on the attached ordinance number 211025, rezoning the lot 12 to I2, and that be approved on first reading.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to concur with the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission. The attached ordinance being number 20-11025, rezoning lot 12 to I2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, Mr. Andrew, we've already read these, so I guess we'll move into 8.2.
Yes.
Application Z20-3 filed by St. Francis Ministries.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a rezoning request that was also filed and heard by the Planning Commission at their July 7 public hearing. I believe you're familiar with the former St. John's Military School campus. It's essentially bounded by North 9th on the west, Euclid Avenue, sometimes referred to as College Court on the north, North 5th Street on the east, and Otis Avenue on the south. The campus itself, the main campus, contains 8 major buildings and several residential cottages and covers 18 acres total. In February 2019, the St. John's Military School announced it was closing at the end of the school year, and it closed its doors on May 11th, 2019. Prior to that, back in the early 2000s, the St. John's Military School had purchased a number of homes and lots on the north side of Euclid, and they had cleared the homes from those lots. And in 2006, they came forward with a plan, a long-term campus plan, and they proposed relocating their football field, which was at the northwest corner of their campus, and they proposed relocating across the street to a recently cleared area on the north side of Euclid. And they did that in order to accommodate a new dormitory facility in the northwest corner of their campus. The Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit for those athletic fields in 2006. Their approval was for a period of 2 years, and then they went back and revisited it 2 years later just to see how it was working out, if any changes or modifications needed to be made. They determined that it was functioning fine and not creating any problems for neighbors, so the athletic field was approved as a permanent facility. Obviously, it's no longer being used for football. In September 2019, St. Francis Ministries announced a merger with St. John's Military School to form St. John's Ministries and School. And their plan was to make use of the campus as is to further their mission, which is to provide family care and support for youth. And so we don't have a great deal of specifics at this time, but they've run into some conflicts, which St. John's Military School also had, with the fact that all of these lots on the north side of Euclid are zoned single-family residential, and so use of those for parking of equipment or parking of vehicles or fleet vehicles, the single-family zoning doesn't allow for that. So they submitted an application to rezone 8 lots on the north side of Euclid Avenue, including a corner lot at the northwest corner of Euclid and North 5th Street, from single-family residential to U, the same zoning as their campus. And in their application, they state that they will be consolidating portions of their Salina operations onto the campus of St. John's, and they'll be working to establish a new center of excellence for social services on the campus. And so the reclassification of select areas from residential to university was being done to enable them to move forward with their delivery of social services. So on page 3 of your report, we provided a little bit of background as to the origins of the St. John's Military School zoning. And the military school itself was not a post-secondary institution like Kansas Wesleyan, but with the classrooms, the dormitories, the gymnasium, athletic fields, it had many of the same characteristics as a college campus. And the Planning Commission and City Commission determined that university zoning was the most appropriate zoning for the campus, and it's been zoned that way since 1977. St. Francis Ministries has indicated that they plan to use the campus facilities in a similar way to St. John's Military School, the way that operated. And at the public hearing, their chief of staff reported that they hope to house some students from K-State, Polytechnic, and Kansas Wesleyan in their dormitories, as well as offer campus instruction. Staff would want to point out that their plans for the campus are not fully fleshed out at this time, so we can't guarantee that a few years down the road that there may be uses or reuses of the campus proposed that might not fit with the university district. But based on the assumption that they plan to use the campus the same way, they have requested university zoning across the street to give them more flexibility for using those lots on the north side of the street for support facilities and services. So your role in this case is to determine whether those tracts of land are more suitable for residential use or uses that support St. Francis Ministries campus. And so the entire purpose of having a separate university district is to give operations that have university-oriented functions more flexibility than they would have if located in a residential district. So one approach might be to have colleges and universities zoned residential, but then try to address everything through a conditional use permit. But the university district is designed to recognize the mixed uses that are involved in a campus and to provide as much zoning flexibility as possible. So that's what the applicants are pursuing. Of the original 15 homes on the north side of the street, only 6 of those are still used for residential purposes. And St. Francis believes that the single-family zoning inhibits their plans to reuse the property. Obviously, the property is adjacent to existing university zoning. And I think, Dustin, we had a map that showed the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan. And or we may not have that in this packet, but it is in your packet, and the future land use plan shows this as future public, semi-public use. So the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing. The chief of staff of the school spoke at the hearing. There was no members of the public who appeared and spoke. And at the conclusion of the hearing, the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the zoning designation for those tracts on the north side of Euclid be changed from residential to university. And so your alternatives this evening would be to concur with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance 20-11026, rezoning the 3 tracts to university on first reading. If you would disagree with that recommendation, you could return this item back to the Planning Commission. That would take 3 votes. You could postpone consideration of this to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information, or you could overturn the recommendation the Planning Commission made and deny the application. So if you approve that on first reading this evening, second reading would be scheduled for your next meeting on August 3rd. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about the application.
Just got one question, and are those six, looks like six property, are those currently owned by, and I'll call it St. Francis / St. John's, or are those still inhabited, or what's the
Actually, the
status?
title to all the property is still in the name of St. John's Military School. They indicated that of the 6 homes that are still on the block, one of the homes of the 6 is owned by St. John's Military School. The other are owned individually. Dustin, I think you had a map that showed how the ownership was broken out on that with the red line plat.
Yeah, it
So
had-
if we could rotate that, maybe that would.
So when that says person house, that's owned by an individual? Not-
Yes, I'm
okay.
sorry, it's not more detailed, but that's the map that they gave me, and they didn't know all the
they don't currently
particulars of
own
the
those.
individuals, but
Okay.
they don't. These are owned by separate individuals. The school owns this, the school owns, this is incorrect. They actually own 5 through 10. They own this house, and then there's a house here, and then this lot is vacant.
Does the allowed use of parking require any kind of surfacing for the parking of the vehicles?
It does, but we received complaints about the parking of vehicles here, and so they applied for a permit to improve the parking lot, and we denied the permit to improve the parking lot because the zoning, our zoning that was in place didn't allow a parking lot to serve the campus. So that was one of their reasons for applying to change the zoning, so they could construct a proper parking lot here for buses and fleet vehicles. What is there today would not meet our standards for a parking lot.
So if that was done adjacent to an occupied house, you then have buffers that are,
If they were to construct, get it what we would call a zoning certificate to construct a parking lot there, they would have to provide screening along the lot line and as well as a buffer. So we would work with them to install the proper access, proper surfacing, and then the appropriate buffers for the parking lot. But if they're, I think we need to get over to the corner, Dustin. So this is the property in question where they would like to establish a lot. And if they do so, they would have to have a buffer and some sort of screening between the lot and this residence there. But we've denied their application for a zoning certificate because the single-family residential zoning would not allow them to have a parking area there.
so there'd be parking on both sides of those existing houses?
No, they're wanting to establish a parking lot right here.
Right, but to the west of that lot, there are 2 houses sitting there?
They're not proposing to build any kind of parking lot or anything here. They're
So
proposing.
just on that, okay.
They have an application to build a parking lot here, which we're not able to approve because the property's not zoned appropriately.
Is that a house or a business on the other side of that street to the east? Yeah.
I think it's a combination, but it was primarily a residence.
Mr. Andrew, what would be the impact, if any, on those single-family residences by changing the zoning to U? Because I know in the past where we've looked at kind of mixed areas of commercial versus single-family developments, and I'm thinking specifically over adjacent to North Ohio, we deliberately didn't make any wholesale changes because of the effect that being zoned commercial would have on the people who had individual residences and like their ability to sell their houses and to get, financing from a bank for a residence located in a commercial zoning. I mean, does this have any ramifications
To a
on?
degree, the same thing would apply here. In 2010, when the comprehensive plan was adopted and the Planning Commission, City Commission looked at this area based on the ownership and based on the plans that St. John's had at the time, this whole area ceased to be shown as future residential and was shown as public, semi-public. If we did a follow-up or we initiated a change to make all of this here university instead of residential, it could potentially impact some of them in terms of obtaining mortgages or things of that nature if it made them non-conforming. And so, as we talked about Prospect and Woodland and those streets over there, as we explained that, and we run into that from time to time, that if a lender learns that a residence is a non-conforming use as far as zoning, and that if it burned down, it couldn't be built back, that tends to suppress the willingness of lenders to lend money on a house that can't be rebuilt if it was damaged or destroyed.
Gotcha.
So that is the reason why we sometimes have the
This, yeah.
hodgepodge pattern, because we don't want to create a disadvantage for people who are trying to finance or refinance, or there's just a concern that lenders have about making loans on non-conforming properties.
Thank you.
So have these owners spoken, or have they had any opinions they've expressed, towards that particular potential complication of that rezoning?
They have not. We posted a sign on the property and sent letters to all those owners, but we did not receive any response from anyone, pro or con. This owner of this residence here complained about all the vehicles being parked here, and that generated a notice and a violation notice to the campus that kind of started this all, but that individual, although notified, did not provide any input at the hearing or ahead of the hearing as to how they felt about the zoning change. So,
And to be clear, all the houses are still maintaining their current zoning. They're not included in the rezoning of those three separate areas. That's why we're
correct.
pursuing
And
the three separate areas.
That's
Right,
why it looks
right.
like this, because it is the properties that St. John's Military School purchased and then cleared the houses off of. And so it's only those lots that are vacant and have no improvements on them.
So it basically puts the squeeze on the remaining residential properties.
It does. But of the original 15 homes, there's only the 6 that are left, and that is really your role, is to see how you think the area is trending, and if you think that if you believe it's a residential area that's more suitable for residential use than for uses associated with the campus, then that would indicate that the request should not be approved. If you see the property as being more closely related to supporting the campus, then that would be a reason to support the application.
Well, the bigger the campus gets, I mean, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, if those 6 houses are still being lived in, and I mean, it's in an area of town where I would imagine that those people have lived in those houses for decades. They're probably family homes. Now, why they didn't respond to the notices, I can't answer, but it doesn't give them much protection. I guess I'm still trying to figure out what that is to the east, but from an aerial view, on that northeast corner of that intersection there, it's just, I don't know if anyone is familiar with that
That's a
intersection.
larger home that's been used for some commercial stuff. It's maybe been used.
Mayor.
Yes.
Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. I think one thing to your point, Commissioner Davis, is the larger lot in the middle that's been a football field, the parking lot to the far right, have been used by the university district or by St. John's with those houses there for quite some time. So if the concept of a university district is these properties are part of this bigger whole, the neighbors are aware that these have been used as part of the campus. And one of the reasons I think it's worth supporting bringing these into that is it does say up front, rather than kind of having these pulled out and zoned residential, that these really do belong to the school. Because I think what's worse is buying one of these houses, having it zoned residential, and then moving in and realizing actually it's being used as a football field or part of the campus. So by bringing it all back in and putting it as part of the university district, I think it makes it much more clear how those are really being used and intended. So I think from a perspective of the current neighbors and being surprised that these things may go in there, particularly that far right lot has been kind of off on parking lot for quite some time.
Yeah, I have to wonder, I know that they receive notice, but sometimes I wonder if they understand from the content of the notice, in particular the gentleman who complained about the property being used as a property lot, does he understand from the content of the notice that it's now going to be a permanent parking lot that he was concerned about? So I don't know what you do about that. I mean, the notice is, designed to lay out the basic facts. If you want to go into every possibility that might happen to that property, that's, I guess, what this hearing is for. But I do wonder if they fully understand what some of the implications might be, or if they're going to be calling the Community Development Department and saying, there's a lot of equipment parked here, and we tell them, oh, it's been rezoned, so that's what you can expect from now on. I don't know how to fix that. I'm just, that's a concern.
Well, particularly if it's,
But
buses
I have
and
about
trucks.
any of these things when we change the use of a property is if the full implications of that change in use is, made manifest to the people who are affected by it.
The uses, those have not been, how long ago were those homes torn down? Those lots haven't been used as residential for a significant amount of time, isn't that correct?
The homes were purchased and the lots were cleared about between 15 and 20 years ago. And so it was 2006, which would be 14 years ago, that the Planning Commission held a public hearing about converting this into a football field. And so these are actually the drawings that the Planning Commission reviewed to make that determination. So we also had a proposal in the area north of this that was trying to establish a paintball range for the military school, because they own the property north of that. And there was a property over here that was owned by the city of Salina, and the city deeded that over to St. John's Military School, which had owned it originally. So the military school owns this property here, and they own this property here, and they own this, and they own this, and they own down to here. So,
And Mr. Andrew, the gentleman in the north that was complaining about that being a parking lot, there's actually a half of a lot there between the St. John's Military School property and his. Is that zoned residential also? But that's not owned by either one of them, I take it.
I don't believe it's owned by either
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah.
This is not owned by
Right, that's what I'm saying.
military
There's a that lot, whatever that is, the north half of that is owned by somebody other than St. John's
That is
or
correct.
St. Francis now.
Can you move that screen down just a little further south? So St. John's only owns the
South
the
half.
southern
They
half
own
of that.
this portion here. They own the south 158 feet of that lot.
So a parking lot could or would be put in that one corner lot then.
Yes.
And this parking lot could hold buses and trucks or whatever they wanted to put on it?
It was used off and on intermittently by St. John's Military School for that purpose. But never properly zoned and never properly approved for that. So that's, the present owners are trying to go through the right steps so that they can legally establish a parking area there.
And by doing this, then they're required to put in the buffers and so on and so forth to protect that property from the residential properties to the west.
Yeah, I guess I'm
You know,
still just.
I think that's a flag-shaped lot to the north. I think that joins that driveway.
Does he join? I can't tell. I could.
Oh, I
It's
see
Mr.
what you're
Dan
saying. So-
Pestinger that owns that property. I believe he owns the flag-shaped lot.
So he owns the north half of that lot then. Okay. Couldn't tell if there was a boundary line there or not. Okay, any other questions for staff? Are there any?
guess-
Well, just when notices are sent out, if you have, are these sent return requested? I mean, a receipt requested or?
No,
They
they are
just sent-
not. They're sent regular mail, and we post a sign on the property. And, I mean, in response to that, all I can say is that we do the same type of notice for every case, and in some cases, we get a whole lot of public response, and in some cases, we get no public response.
So there
But
has been a
the
sign on that-
outreach is the same.
So there's been a sign on the corner lot.
There's been a sign
Okay.
there, and we mailed notice to all the owners that weren't St. John's, including this owner across the street over here. So we go out 200 feet, and sometimes people just aren't interested. Mr. Franz could be correct that they may or may not fully understand, but in the case of Mr. Hill's rezoning that was just heard, we did the same notice, we posted signs, we sent letters, and there was no public response, pro or con, to his request. And sometimes that just happens that there's no response.
Well, he probably didn't have 6 houses around. I mean, his was basically commercial anyway.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I'm sorry, are you ready for a motion, or were there other
Yes,
questions or
yes,
comments? I'm sorry,
ready.
I didn't mean to jump in there. I move that we approve on first reading ordinance number 20-11026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to concur with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, approving ordinance number 20-11026, rezoning 3 tracks to University. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That passes 4-1. Okay. Do we want to take a break before we move into the next one, or?
Please.
Okay, I thought that. We will take about a 7-8 minute break. We'll be back in here 6:45.
I have time to go out to my car and get a Coke, don't I?
I think so.
I gotta get something to
available to show, but this came in after the packet went out.
Thank you.
And copy because it's not contained in your packet. Saturday, the packet was going out, so it's going to be on the screen to discuss, but I wanted to have one.
Oh.
So we're waiting on one commissioner. Okay, we are back in session and we are ready for item the Salina City Planning Commission's amended future land use map for Lowell Elementary School. Turn it over to Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. You can give us feedback on whether you like the three-ring binder idea, but what we had was a situation where we didn't have a staple or anything that would fit around it, so we decided that that's what we did for the Planning Commission, is just put all the information in a binder for you, so you could flip back and forth as you need. But this evening, you have two ordinances under item 8.3. And so you're having two recommendations come forward from the Salina City Planning Commission. The first is to amend the future land use map designation of the former Lowell Elementary School site from public, semi-public to urban residential. And the second recommendation would be that the school site be rezoned from its current R1 single family to Planned Development District R2. And just by way of background, the Unified School District number 305 made an announcement in 2002 that they were closing and consolidating a number of elementary schools. And their concern was that they didn't want to have shuttered, boarded up school buildings in the middle of neighborhoods. And they also didn't want to have a approach where they just took envelopes with sealed bids or low bids for the properties. They wanted to have some input into how the school buildings were reused. So they created a committee, and then they created a process where basically they reviewed from what the city's perspective might be a request for proposals, and they received individual proposals on each of the school sites, and then they had a committee review those and make recommendations. So on page 1 of your report, we have summarized those for you, and that occurred primarily in 2003 and 2004. And then in 2006, Hawthorne School and Parsons School were the last to be considered. But Roosevelt Lincoln Middle School was closed, and it was turned into an apartment complex for senior adults, now known as Pioneer President's Place. Hawthorne Elementary School was first occupied by some offices that occupied a portion of the existing school. Then the school building was replaced by the Heritage at Hawthorne apartments that are located up on North 9th Street on the site of the former school. The Bartlett Elementary School was closed and converted into an office building. It's the offices for Salina Homes and a number of other businesses. Franklin Elementary School was turned into a facility for Smoky Hill Education Service Center, and they conducted classes there and had office space there, and then later became the location of Cornerstone Academy, which is a private school. Lowell Elementary School there was a proposal received to convert it into a private Christian school, the Salina Christian Academy. Hageman Elementary School was retained by the school district and turned into offices and a training facility. And then Parsons Elementary School at Holmes and Country Club Road was purchased by Schooler Grain and converted from a school into an office building. So one of the school district's goals was to find users and uses that would be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, and they formed a committee to look at the various proposals. The planning division worked closely with them to look at appropriate uses and zoning designations. And so a number of those conversions of the schools involved some sort of zoning change, and we've summarized those for you. The Roosevelt Lincoln Middle School was approved as a planned development district, R2.5. Hawthorne Elementary School was done through a planned development district and zoned R2.5. Bartlett Elementary School was done as a planned restricted business district. There was no change for Franklin or Lowell. Hageman Elementary School also turned into a planned development district, and Parsons Elementary School went from residential to planned commercial. So the theme that you're seeing there is that most of the zoning classifications were to planned districts or planned development districts, meaning that the zoning applications were accompanied by a specific development or redevelopment plan for the former school properties. And so just some background information on Lowell School. The site contains a little over 2 acres. The building footprint, just looking at the footprint the building occupies, is 12,784 square feet. The building itself covers 14% of the 2 acres. The current zoning is single-family residential. And the house, or the original building, was built in 1915 with an addition added in 1965. And in 1997, the property was historically designated as a conservation property. That designation means that the property may not, or the building cannot be demolished without review and approval by the Salina Heritage Commission. So back in 2004, we reviewed records and found where the representatives of city's DRT met with Salina Christian Academy to discuss their plans, and their plans was to have a non-denominational Christian school in the building for preschool through 6th grade. And they purchased the school building and grounds from USD 305 in March of 2004. They made some repairs and upgrades to the building, but they did not make any major modifications or additions to the building. The Christian Academy closed its doors on June 4th, 2019 at the end of the school year, and the property was put on the market. The Academy now has a prospective purchaser of the property who's interested in converting the use of the building from educational to residential use, specifically for multifamily housing. And based on its historic use and the zoning designation for schools throughout the community, the property was given an R1 zoning designation, which allows single-family but not multifamily housing. So in January of this year, an application was filed to rezone the building and grounds from R1 to R3, and the Planning Commission conducted a hearing on that on February 18th of this year. And at the conclusion of the hearing, they approved a motion to direct the applicant to resubmit their application as a planned development district, which would allow the Planning Commission to review a specific development proposal and site development plan for the property. It was originally scheduled to be heard on March 17th, but all public meetings were canceled at that time. On June 2nd, the Planning Commission met to hear this item. The meeting was held in this room, but after the meeting, there were concerns expressed about the audio and visual connections to that meeting. And so a new public hearing was scheduled for this application July 7th, 2020. That meeting was held at the Great Plains Manufacturing Convention Hall. And so the applicant voluntarily agreed to that rehearing, and that rehearing superseded all previous application action. And so if we look at the amended request, the original request was for straight R3 zoning. Instead of R3, the proposal is a reduction in density that would be allowed to R2, and that has a maximum density of 14.5 dwelling units per acre compared to 43 units per acre in an R3. And so the prospective buyer is interested in converting the existing school building into multifamily housing. And the specific proposal is to convert the existing school building to 15 apartment units, to construct a parking lot onto the northeast and east of the school building, and retain the eastern portion of the property as open space set aside for future development. One thing we would note that's in your packet is a historic preservation consultant had been retained and did what's known as a preliminary site investigation questionnaire for Lowell School and submitted that to the State Historic Preservation Office. And that office has given Mr. Richardson and his consultant to go ahead to proceed with a state and national register nomination. As opposed to a straight rezoning, as we looked at in the previous two cases, this is for a planned development district, and that allows you as a city commission to create a customized zoning district for a proposed development. And the submittal and development by the developer and approval by the Planning Commission and City Commission represents a firm commitment that actual development will follow the approved site development plan. So staff sometimes refers to a planned development district as what you see is what you get zoning, whereas in a straight zoning application, there's not necessarily a specific development plan that goes along with the zoning. And so it's a two-step process. We're at the preliminary stage, and a public hearing and recommendation by the Planning Commission is required. Approval by this body is also required. And if the request should be approved, then the applicant would have to come back with a detailed plan for phase 2 if that development occurs in the future. So what's before you this evening is a request for approval of a preliminary development plan for phase 1, which is a proposed 15-unit apartment project in the existing school building. No exterior changes to the school building are being proposed except for some minor repair and tuck pointing of the existing brick. So we've done our best to summarize in detail the various zoning ordinance requirements in the R1 compared to the R2 district. And among the factors you are to consider in your deliberations is the suitability of the site for development under the existing zoning. And this property zone R1, which is a fairly restrictive zoning classification that limits the adaptive reuse or redevelopment options for the school building and grounds. Under the current zoning, the only options would be another school, a church or group daycare center through a conditional use permit, or removal of the school building and redevelopment of the site for single-family homes or as a public park. One thing we noted again is that this is a designated heritage conservation property that's protected from demolition without review and approval by the Salina Heritage Commission. As we noted, this property was one of the schools selected for closure. The school district worked with the city to find a suitable buyer. and the identified buyer was Salina Christian Academy. Unfortunately, that reuse plan for the building was not successful long-term, and the academy is attempting to market the existing building to a new owner and user, and their belief is that the R1 zoning limits potential reuses of the property. There has been some request from some surrounding properties owners and neighbors that this property be retained for public use as a playground or park. And we would note that this property is currently privately owned property. In order for it to be converted, all or a portion, to a park site, there would need to be either a public or not-for-profit entity to own and manage the park. The Salina Parks and Recreation Department has not expressed an interest in owning and managing a neighborhood park in this location. In the park plan, Sunset Park is identified as the neighborhood park serving this neighborhood, and it's about 1/2 mile from Lowell School. So when the initial application was submitted, staff's initial concern was that the R3 zoning was open-ended and it would not allow the Planning Commission or City Commission to limit redevelopment to the existing school building. And so by modifying the application to a planned development district, that now allows you to review a specific redevelopment plan for the school site. There's been a lot of discussion about the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It is predominantly single-family residential, both owner-occupied and rental properties. The property is situated between two main arterial streets, South 9th and Santa Fe. And Republic Avenue serves as the main east-west street. The fire station number 2 is just to the southeast of this site, 1 block to the south. The surrounding neighborhood consists of owner-occupied and rental and single-family homes with a small scattering of duplexes. There's no R3 zoning in the vicinity, and that was one of staff's concerns about creating a standalone R3 district. There's a mix of R1 and R2 zoning in the vicinity. And by modifying the request to R2, the applicant is requesting a zoning classification and density that's more compatible with the surrounding area than the original R3 request. So except for one lot, the entire west side of Santa Fe between Republic and Beloit is zoned R2. So there would be, this could be viewed as an extension of that existing R2 zoned area. So in their review of this, the Planning Commission was charged with determining whether the requested planned development district zoning and the redevelopment plan would be compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, the zoning and uses of nearby properties, and whether conversion of the school building would harm living conditions, value, or use of neighboring properties. The public utilities and services are a non-issue because this site has all the utilities and services needed. It's a fully developed, fully served area of the city. It's obviously in close proximity to Fire Station number 2, which brings us to streets and traffic. Republic Avenue is a collector street. Highland Avenue and Beloit are residential streets. The most recent traffic counts show Republic Avenue carrying 3,100 vehicles a day between Santa Fe and South 9th Street, and Highland carries about 600 vehicles per day north of Republic. We don't have any recorded traffic counts other than those two numbers. If we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation rates, they indicate that a single-family dwelling typically generates about 10 vehicle trips per dwelling unit per day. A low-rise apartment complex would generate about 7.3 vehicle trips per day per dwelling unit. And elementary schools have a wide variation, but their trips are either generated by student or by 1,000 square feet. So we have just provided for you some typical trip generation numbers based on assuming 100 students in the school and assuming single-family homes and assuming multifamily apartments. And because apartments have a lower trip generation rate than single-family homes, the trip generation from 15 apartments would actually be lower than trips generated if this were occupied by 14 new homes. I think, Mr. Hurst, if you could go back to the diagram for the intersection. There's a proposal to utilize an existing curb cut on Republic for the access into the parking lot. This curb cut is 72 feet east of the intersection, and the south leg of the intersection is another 75 feet over from that. The other thing you'll find on page 11 of your report is a table that shows the variable street widths and street classification of the different streets. So this section of Republic, you can see, is narrower than this segment over on this side. It's 38 feet. This right here is 27 feet. And then Highland is 37 and 34 feet. And this offset right here is a 41-foot offset so that the intersection does not line up. City staff requested from the police department accident records to show what types of accidents were most common at this intersection, and the police department indicated that they had no reported accidents at this intersection in the last 3 years. Staff believes that traffic counts at the intersection should be similar or less based on the current redevelopment proposal and comparing that to the operations of an elementary school. In terms of the comprehensive plan, we pointed out that this is shown as public, semi-public on the future land use plan, and that's because of its historic use as a public and private school. And when the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2010, it was being used as a school, so it was shown accordingly. So the Planning Commission held a hearing on this application on July 7th at the Tony's Pizza Event Center. Following presentation of staff report, comments from the owner's representative, Mr. Jeff Mays, comments from neighboring property owners, a presentation that was made by a neighboring property owner, Dan Peterson, presentation by the prospective purchaser, Brian Richardson, and additional public comment. The Planning Commission made 2 recommendations that are before you this evening. The first of those was the Planning Commission approved a motion 5-0 to recommend that the future land use map that Mr. Hurst just had up there be amended to show the Lowell School site as a future residential land use area. In other words, to amend this to make it fit in with all the surrounding areas. And they felt that was justified to support its adaptive reuse for residential housing. The second recommendation they made was to recommend approval of an amendment to the zoning map to change the zoning classification of this property from R1 to PDD R2. And so I'm gonna slow it down a little bit and just try to kind of go through the conditions one by one on page 14 of your report so that we can, if you could go to the development plan. Thank you, Destin. So the recommendation was that the development on this site, if the zoning is changed, would limit this to 15 apartment units here, and that future development here would be limited to single-family dwellings only. So there were some comments in the minutes and other things about multiple apartment buildings on the site. The recommendation from the Planning Commission was that the only development on the west half would be the conversion of this building, and the only development on the these 3 lots here and these 3 lots here would be single-family dwellings, with the plan for that being brought back for review by the Planning Commission. The density limitations and bulk regulations would be from the R2 district, except that the Planned Development District would allow for a 14-foot building setback from Beloit Avenue. And as we discussed on some of the previous cases, part of the reason for doing that is to protect the investment of the property owner by making the 14-foot conforming if there was any damage or destruction to the building, and that wasn't there, they would have to set any new construction back 25 feet from Beloit. So this would allow any reconstruction to maintain the same setback. The recommendation would allow 1 monument sign on Highland Avenue to identify the property. Their recommendation was that at least 30 off-street parking spaces be provided on the site, and the parking lot should be designed to have access from both Beloit and Republic. So this is going to be, would have to be modified on the final plan to show driveway access here and driveway access to the north. That the final plan for phase 1 be submitted to and approved by the zoning administrator before there's a building permit. That the plan for phase 1 would have to conform with the elements set out in the Planned Development District ordinance. That they come back for final development approval for whatever occurs here. In other words, city staff would not issue any permits for any development there without a planning commission hearing and review, and that development of the site would be completed in substantial conformance with the approved site plan, landscape plan, and associated building elevation drawings, including exterior building materials. So on page 14 and 15, the Planning Commission set out its reasons for why it recommended approval of the request. And the first one was that the building is a historic resource, and redevelopment of the building is preferable to vacancy or deterioration and demolition. Redevelopment into housing would be an adaptive reuse of an existing historic building. This provides additional housing units in an infill location. The current single-family zoning inhibits redevelopment of the existing building. The proposed redevelopment conforms with R2 density limitations. The redevelopment of the property with multifamily dwellings that adaptively reuse an existing building under a planned development district would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood. Public facilities and services are adequate. The site will be accessible from public streets that are adequate to carry the traffic. And the location of this site is consistent with the locational preferences for multifamily housing identified in the comprehensive plan. Also in your packet there is something identified as a protest petition. And under Kansas law, any zoning application is subject to a formal legal protest, and that protest, if timely filed, requires that any zoning change be approved by a supermajority. And in the case of Salina City Commission with 5 members, a supermajority is 4 affirmative votes. And Mr. Hers has on the screen the areas identified in blue are property owners who signed the petition. And so the requirement is that owners of 20% of the property within 200 feet sign the petition, and I think our calculations were that it was roughly 45%, owners of 45% of the areas signed the petition. So the first item of business is to consider changes to the land use plan. And so you could concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve Ordinance 20-11027 and to amend the future land use designation from public to semi-public to urban residential. That would require 3 votes from the commission. You could refer this application back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration, giving your reasons for disagreement, or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and recommend that the future land use map not be changed. While this action would not preclude the applicant from converting the building to residential housing, by not amending the land use map, it would indicate a lack of support for the applicant's companion request to rezone the property. As to the zoning matter, you could concur with the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance 2011-030, rezoning the property to PDD-R2. Because of the protest petition, that would require 4 affirmative votes. If you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, you could return this item to them together with your reasons for disagreement. And that would require 3 votes from commissioners. You could postpone consideration of this to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information. Or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the application, provided that there are 4 votes in support of denial. You would also need to provide alternate findings in support of a denial that would be alternative to the Planning Commission's findings that they sent to you. Just a note about the preliminary development plan. It is linked to the ordinance rezoning this property. While it's linked, it can be reviewed and discussed, or elements of it can be discussed separately, and you could approve the site development plan as proposed. You could approve it subject to minor revisions, or you could send it back to the Planning Commission to allow major revisions to be made. So in your deliberations, one of the things we would encourage is to think about in your own minds how you feel about the change in zoning classification, and then if there are major changes or revisions that you'd like to see made to the plan or taken into consideration, then you might want to consider option 2 instead of option 4. If you think that the plan could be improved and you'd like some revision to be considered by the Planning Commission and applicant, then item 2 might be an option there to deal with site plan issues. But with that, we have an extensive number of attachments, and we've tried to show a lot of graphics on the screen. But if you have questions about the staff report or any attachments, we'll stand for those questions.
Prior to going into questions of the staff report, I would had a couple concerns that I want to have staff and legal counsel address, and that would be we had a question about some ex parte communication that had been sent to the commissioners, and then also there was some notices on a conflict of interest that I'd like to also be addressed. So
Sure, I'll tackle the ex parte, and then I'll let Greg Bankson address the conflict of interest. As the staff report noted, the rezonings are a quasi judicial matter. So, in the interest of preserving due process, ex parte communications should be avoided so that everyone interested in the matter can hear all the information that you might receive to deliberate on it. So. There were a number of emails that came into the collective city commission address that we make available and that is automatically distributed to each of you. And so staff inventoried all those, included those in the packet. So I think we have distributed all the emails that came into the city commission collective address so that all interested parties can be aware of them. I am aware of one email that came to that address this afternoon, shortly before the city commission meeting, and I'll read that into the record here in a second. But then Would also encourage you to disclose, one way to resolve ex parte communications is to disclose them, so that if you as an individual commissioner had an ex parte communication, you disclose it and you make the rest of your fellow commissioners aware of that. So the one email that I'm aware of that came in was from Lene Meyer. It was to the collective city commission address, and it reads, please, I ask you to take a look at a very big picture as you consider the rezoning the Lowell School area. I don't know all the details about needing more housing. There may be a need. I'm hearing that many of the people in the neighborhood have concerns. Please do not take the park away. This has been a special place in the neighborhood. Also, I hear concern about them making a parking lot, which can be a not so attractive setting. Please use the space in such a way that it does not create an unattractive view. I don't live in the area, but I have talked to those who do. Their thoughts and feelings deserve consideration. Please do not allow any personal connection with the developer influence your decision. I don't know if that is an issue, but if so, it shouldn't interfere with your vote. The decision needs to come from a very deep ethical place that will include a decision that affects all in our community. I cannot make the meeting today, so please pay attention to my concerns. So as I said, that is the only email that I'm aware of that came in after inclusion of the rest in the packet. And then I would encourage you, if you had any ex parte communications one direction or the other, or back and forth, now would be the time to disclose those.
Okay, we just wanted to get that out there since there were multiple emails sent out, so.
I'll defer to Mr. Bankston on the conflict of interest question.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and if you wish to stop questions, don't hesitate to stop me. The question that arose had to do with Planning Commissioner John Olson's participation in the initial hearing on June 2nd of this application by the Planning Commission. The question had to do with whether there was a conflict of interest by virtue of the relationship between Mr. Olson and Mr. Brian Richardson. While Salina Christian Academy is the applicant, as you know, in this matter, it had become apparently fairly well known that Mr. Richardson had an interest in the project or in the property. I don't personally know exactly, nor have I seen the documentation associated with that, but assuming that Mr. Richardson's interest is as a purchaser of the property, and again, I don't know the nature of the entity, whether individually or as an LLC or any other entity, that interest might be manifested. The question was raised as to the relationship between Mr. Olson and Mr. Richardson. The things that we do know from the public record related to that is that Mr. Richardson and Mr. Olson are both employees of the Occupational Performance Company, LLC. That entity is both of their employer. The added aspect is that, in that is an LLC, the public filings with the Kansas Secretary of State provide an indication of whomever has a 5% or greater ownership of capital in an LLC. And if you were to go to the Secretary of State's records on Occupational Performance Company, LLC, you would find that Mr. Richardson and Mr. Olson are both owners of more than 5% of the capital of that limited liability company. So when the matter was raised, it was referred to me, and I looked at the question and ultimately had a conversation with Mr. Olson about that. We ordinarily, of course, as we're told by the Attorney General, to first look to the question of whether there is a substantial interest, whether in this case, a member of the Planning Commission had, and Mr. Olson specifically, had a substantial interest in the party that had reason or was an interested party in this application. That would be Mr. Richardson's interest, whether that be individually or in an entity in which he had the controlling interest. Well, as you all are, I'm sure, aware, that substantial interest test has more to do with the relationship between the individual and the interested party. Mr. Olson, in talking with him, confirmed that he has no interest in Mr. Richardson's entity, which is the basis of Mr. Richardson's interest in this application. Does that make sense? So, there was not the matter of a statutory substantial interest at work. The next level of analysis goes to the question of whether there is a common law, under Kansas case law, a common law conflict of interest. And to get to the point, I won't elaborate on that too much, but in talking with Mr. Olson, I pointed out to him that there is unique language in the Planning Commission bylaws. That unique language speaks of whether or not the planning commissioner, when the member or his or her employer, business partner, associate, or any person related to him by her or her by blood or marriage, has a recognizable financial interest in the outcome. Regardless of the nature of the entity, we know that Mr. Richardson has a recognizable financial interest in the outcome. And in this case, although it is not in the entity that has the interest in the outcome, with this language, under the Planning Commission bylaws, I advise Mr. Olson that, in my opinion, that language was seeking to reach any business partnership or a business association type relationship. So that under that unique language, the fact that Mr. Richardson and Mr. Olson were both owners in the entirely separate entity, but yet co-owners of Occupational Performance Company, Inc., that relationship fell within that language that is unique to the Planning Commission bylaws. We also, as you know from Mr. Andrews' report, had the unique circumstance precipitated by the need for the rehearing by virtue of the technical difficulties associated with the June 2nd Planning Commission meeting. My conversation, of course, with Mr. Olson was after that meeting and prior to the rescheduled public hearing that occurred on July 7th. It would be my understanding that if you all were faced with the matter of having the Planning Commission recommendation from the June 2nd, the first public hearing, and this matter of the conflict was raised, either you or as the City Commission and the ultimate body responsible for deciding this question, or if it had even been raised and it was a matter of a Kansas court addressing what to do in that circumstance, that would most likely take the form of one of two actions, either simply disqualifying Mr. Olson's vote in that action taken as a result of the first public hearing, or depending upon the circumstances, potentially even asking the Planning Commission to reconsider the matter without Mr. Olson's participation. And we know the circumstances that in this particular case precipitated the need for the rehearing on July 7th. Mr. Olson did not participate in the reconsideration under the July 7th hearing, was not present actually during those deliberations. By virtue of that, it would be my understanding that what has transpired, despite all of the inconvenience associated with the need for the rehearing, it did present the opportunity for the Planning Commission to rehear the matter and provide you with their recommendation without Mr. Olson's participation. With that, it would seem that you now have before you the responsibility, as you normally do, to consider the application on its merits and with the benefit of the recommendation in which Mr. Olson did not participate. And if that all makes sense, that was the way it transpired.
I've got a few follow-up questions, if that's all right, on this particular
That's sort of-
matter. First of all, I just would like to know if council and city manager Scragg watched the June 2nd meeting where Commissioner Olson participated.
I did.
Okay. I watched it last night, and I think it's fair to characterize it as Commissioner Olson led that conversation. Commissioner Olson made both of the motions in the affirmative for this development. And by virtue of Commissioner Olson's action on that date, how do we unring the bell, first of all? He was there advocating. He was there making the motions. How do we unring that bell for the second meeting? I mean, because it's all very well and good to say, we're going to reset. How do you know that everybody did reset, or if they were thinking back to the advocacy that he had at the June meeting? I mean, we can't, can we?
There's a lot there that I, of course, don't know. I don't know that any of us know, other than the planning commissioners possibly, that were in that
Right.
role in those two meetings. I certainly understand that. My point was, whether this be what would have been the discretion of the city commission, or even if it were before a Kansas court, the way I would understand a court to attempt, in response to your point, I think I can understand why under these circumstances the court would not have said, well, we'll just not count his vote and take the rest of, whatever impact that had. I could see how this would be a case where a court would potentially say, no, we need to go back and it needs to be reheard without Mr. Olson's participation. I don't know that there's any more that can be done than that.
Something that wasn't clear to me was the reason for his non-participation made clear at the subsequent meeting. Because in the case of a court case, I'm assuming that you'd have some judicial guidelines saying, okay, here are the instructions from the court. You have to totally not regard anything that the commissioner who participated in said, because he has a recognized conflict of interest. Were similar instructions given to the Planning Commission prior to the July meeting?
No.
Okay, and so there wasn't an acknowledgement of why Commissioner Olson was not present. It's just the fact on the ground was he was not present. Is that correct?
I think they were
Well, there
advised he was
was-
recusing himself. The
yes, there was-
instructions that you asked about were not provided.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew can correct me, but as I recall, the description was given that he was not present on the basis of
conflict.
recusing, and I'm looking to Mr. Andrew to make sure my recollection is correct.
Beginning of the item at the Planning Commission, I announced that Mr. Olson was recusing himself from that item and had chosen to recuse himself by not attending the meeting due to the fact that he had a recognized conflict of interest. That was reported to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And I don't know if it helps, but with respect to unringing the bell, we had need to conduct another item for the Planning Commission to reconsider another item due to technical difficulties, and they ultimately did reach a different conclusion on that item.
Just a couple more questions. I know that one of this board's point of emphasis was an increased emphasis on board orientation with a particular focus on reviewing our ethics policy with all commissioners. Obviously, there are some commissions where that is particularly important. The Planning Commission probably being the most important. When was the last time that there was a board orientation or a presentation and an explanation on our ethics policy given to the Planning Commission? Did Mr. Olson have the benefit of that or not?
I would have to review the minutes of that meeting, but in September, the Planning Commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Heritage Commission, and the Downtown Design Review Board all have their annual business meetings. And preceding the annual business meeting, each of those boards has an orientation and training, and that occurs at their September meeting. And that occurred in September 2019 with the Planning Commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Design Review Board, and the Heritage Commission. And those are the planning boards that staff is responsible for. And that includes an overview of their roles and responsibilities. It includes an overview of the ethics policy. It also results in the bylaws and ethics policy, a copy of those being presented to each of the commission members.
And it would be possible to determine whether or not Commissioner Olson had been in attendance at that, I'm assuming, so.
It would be
hopefully-
based on attendance at that meeting.
Okay, thank you. How was city staff made aware of Mr. Olson's potential conflict of interest?
I was made aware by Ms. Jacqueline Cairo, who I was engaged in a phone conversation with.
Okay, so,
She brought it to my attention that some of the neighbors had that perception, and I told her that, I asked her what the basis of that was. She gave it to me. I did some independent research of my own and pulled some information together and contacted Mr. Bankston to get his guidance on whether that rose to the level of a conflict.
well, thank you for taking her concerns seriously, and thank you for following up on it. But I do just want to confirm, Commissioner Olson did not voluntarily divulge this information. It was incumbent upon a member of the Lowell School Neighborhood Group that had to bring this and seek redress from the city. It was not Commissioner Olson saying, you know what, I've thought about this. I'm not comfortable with my participation. This was something that actually had to be reported to the city, and it was not volunteered by Commissioner Olson.
No, it was brought to my attention by Jacqueline Cairo. It wasn't discovered on my own, and it wasn't, we have to rely on board members and commission members to come with us with questions or concerns. So you are correct that that was brought to my attention, and when I did some preliminary research. I contacted Mr. Bankston and provided the information to him to get some guidance.
Thank you.
Has he been scheduled to retake that part of the orientation?
Well, in September of this year, what we do is, because we have new board appointments usually occurring at the end of August, each of our planning boards has their annual business meeting at which they elect officers and take care of other business, and we use that. We essentially have a study session before that meeting in the room next door, and we do training, and we do orientation for new members and refreshers for current members. And so we'll be doing that again in September.
The annual meeting took place on September 17th of 2019, and Commissioner Olson was absent.
I'm sorry, you said was absent?
Correct.
Given the fact that we have used the ethics policy in the past as a means to sanction members of the commission, if sanctions were within the purview, would it be within the planning commission's purview, or would it be within this governing body's purview to pursue a reprimand?
That's under the policy, that is the governing body's discretion.
So the conflict in question is not part of the city commission's ethics policy, it's part of the planning commission bylaws?
That is true.
But the ethics policy sets out any sort of consequences for that, and those fall within, if it is a city employee, it would be the city manager. If it's a board or commission member, then that would be within the discretion of the governing body.
Thank you. And the reason I am harping on this for so long, and I'm really grinding on Commissioner Olson here, is because by virtue of his actions, any decision that we render here today is going to be suspect. It is, and that's the fact, and we have to deal with it, and we have to still go ahead and make the best decision that we can in our judgment. But, you know, this was always going to be a difficult discussion to have, and when you started out and immediately the neighborhood has no reason to trust the city at this point, I just could not be more disappointed in Commissioner Olson's failure to realize at the very least that it was the appearance of a conflict of interest. So at any rate, with that being said, well, I guess we'll just have to discuss amongst ourselves later about how we'd like to proceed if we do.
Recognizing that concern, I think the fact that we ended up having a hearing, a second hearing, without him participating, positions us as Mr. Bankston described, in the best position we can be. Additionally, then, you as the governing body are certainly an independent body. Staff has tried to provide you the full record of this matter so that you are fully informed and can make an independent and objective decision this evening.
Thank you.
If I might chime in for a minute, I would echo some of Commissioner Hodges' comments. I was very disappointed to see this occur, and I'm disappointed in the development group as well. I think that they both had a responsibility here, and Mr. Bankston, I really do not care if the same entity is involved or not. When you have a close business relationship with somebody and you're sitting on a board that is considering a request from that person, you know, it's not rocket science. It's pretty basic understanding of public policy that that's inappropriate. And so I'm kind of, you know, I am concerned about it. And as far as I'm concerned, my part in this is I'm going to try to disregard any recommendation from the Planning Commission and proceed on the basis of what we have in our packet and what we hear tonight. Because I just, you know, it's, how do you unring the bell? That's a good question.
Well, and, you know, when you try to forget what you've heard, at least my tendency would be to go to the second meeting saying, well, if I hear anything different that'll change my mind, then I'll change my mind. But I did most of my thinking at the first meeting. So it's we're like in the the Perry Mason TV shows. If you'll indulge that comparison. You know, he'll say something that he knows is going to get thrown out, but the jury's heard it, and that was his intention all along. I did one question for the. I'm looking at the pictures of the school. Part of this school doesn't look terribly historic. It looks like it was added on many decades after the original building. Is like that part to the left, that picture that you just had up.
There's the original 1915 school, and then there was a 1965 addition to the school.
Right. Now, I'm assuming just the original 15 part is the historic part? I mean, it's not an official national
The
register,
designation doesn't distinguish between parts, it just designates the entire building.
So not even the new part could be torn down without the...
Not even the new part. There may be less concern about tearing down the new part, just as a portion of the St. John's Hospital was torn down, but that portion was still reviewed by the Heritage Commission before it was torn down.
Right now, does it having even the citywide historic designation make it difficult to change the future use of that property? And that building's only going to be usable for obviously so many purposes. Does that historic designation change how you'd approach the future land use? I mean, let alone the zoning, but the future land use decision?
Well, as we indicated in our report, there's what's called a preliminary site investigation questionnaire that was prepared by a preservation consultant at the behest of Mr. Richardson. That request was sent to the State Historic Preservation Office. They reviewed it and gave the go-ahead for a nomination to put this property on the state and national register. To move ahead with that, if that should be approved, then that would allow any redeveloper of the property to access historic tax credits to assist with the redevelopment of the property. In the case of the Roosevelt Lincoln Middle School, that property is on the National Register of Historic Places, and by virtue of that, the redeveloper of Roosevelt Lincoln was able to use historic tax credits to help finance that redevelopment of the property. And so the historic designation becomes significant from the standpoint that if it is designated as a state and national register property, that would enable any redeveloper to utilize tax credits to assist with financing the redevelopment.
But it doesn't particularly restrict the future use of the building?
It has nothing to do with the use, it only deals with demolition. So the Heritage Commission wouldn't be reviewing modifications or changing windows or things like that. It would the only thing that the current designation deals with is that the building can't be demolished or removed from the site without a hearing before the Planning Commission, or Heritage Commission, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, I apologize, but if I could double back, I appreciate Commissioner Franz's description of intending to make his decision independently based on the information this evening. If any of you are unable to do that, or if you intend to factor into your decision the conflict and your dissatisfaction with that, I think that rises to the level of needing to have an executive session. If not, I think we're fine, but if...
But in terms of disregarding the planning commissions?
My
if
comment
you-
would be, usually our job as a commission is to ratify the planning commission's recommendation. There seems to be some issue Do we as a commission want to go into more detail than I need direction as to how we want staff and the developer to proceed and those that are here in opposition. How do we wish to proceed tonight?
I would suggest, because obviously we can't discuss, but we would discuss in an executive session out here to see if we want to go in. But would 5 minutes be enough time?
Sure.
I'd suggest we move into recess into an executive session to.
Gotta wait for
I think I'd
executive
memorize
session,
it by
scribe.
now. To discuss, are you, write that up for me? Okay, I'd appreciate it if you did.
Is it fair to say that the subject would be the planning commission recommendation?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement of subject?
And you better make it 10 just to be safe. And by the time we get there and seated and
There is a blank that you want to refer to the planning commission recommendation in the blank.
Okay.
The rest of it should be.
All right. I move the city commission recess into the executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations relating to the planning commission decision regarding the formal Lowell Elementary School site rezoning application with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:01.
Does this really rise to the level of excluding the public?
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move into executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we are back in session. I will turn it over to Mr. Bingston.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and as for the benefit of those that are here and those that might be watching, what you just saw transpire was a situation that we don't run into very often, but when we do, we have to proceed in a certain manner. Mr. Scragg was aware of potentially a legal consideration that possibly warranted advice from me as legal counsel to the governing body. It is not for Mr. Scragg nor me to try to anticipate what the governing body views as being privileged or not. I knew that the matter was subject to legal privilege, privileged communication, if that's the way the governing body wanted to maintain it. We've had the conversation that we needed to have, and in the course of that conversation, the governing body has advised me that it is with their permission that I can now relate publicly why it was that we went back into a closed executive session to have that privileged conversation. It boiled down to this. We understand, and you've heard concerns expressed by governing body members as to the potential impact of the conflict of interest in terms of the Planning Commission's consideration and ultimate recommendation on the matter. The legal point that we needed to make sure everyone understood is that as each member of the governing body considers the application, while the aspects of the conflict and any potential results or ramifications from Mr. Olson's participation in the first hearing in the minds of the governing body or any members of the governing body may have influenced that ultimate recommendation. While it is their prerogative to evaluate the Planning Commission's recommendation as they see fit, we do have to be also watchful that the Planning Commission recommendation is one of the factors that the governing body is to take into consideration as they ultimately decide this matter. One of a number of factors. The ultimate point was that we be sure that their consideration of the matter on the merits is just that, and that any effect that may or may not have been had on the Planning Commission's recommendation by the conflict of interest problem or concern not be overriding in terms of their consideration of the matter on the merits. That was the essence of our conversation, and so hopefully you understand why we had to go back, and that Mr. Scragg and I had a clear understanding of the governing body's thought on whether or not that was appropriate for public discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bingston. Okay, I think Mr. Andrew, you are up here. Do we have any direct questions for Mr. Andrew on the blue sheet?
See if there were any questions about the recommendations or findings of the Planning Commission as to the two matters, or if there's any drawings or anything that you would want to view again. But the two ordinances that are before you as relates to the future land use map and the zoning map, those ordinances are drafted so as to reflect the recommendation of the Planning Commission at their July 7 meeting. So the ordinance 2011-030 incorporates the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission and those findings as well. So just wanted to clarify that the two ordinances that are before you for consideration were prepared based on the July 7th recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Are we having discussions and questions on these two issues separately, one after the other, or are we combining? I was assuming we were doing just the land use first and then come back with questions for the zoning.
You can certainly do that. That's the order the actions would need to be taken.
And the reason
in.
I asked that they're two very different issues for me.
And
Yeah,
do
'cause
you
most of my
wanna-
questions were for the zoning, not the land use.
Okay, so we're
I'm just
Take them.
asking, I
Okay.
mean, if we're doing them all together, then I'm not finished with questions, but if we're doing them separately, then.
I guess we could do
They
the,
plan to take public comment all at one time or between
or
each?
between each, that's the question.
You know, I think that, you know, they are different issues, but I think that they are related enough to where we ought to consider them together.
Together,
Because
that's kind of how
they do
I
touch each
pictured
other
that.
in many ways.
So, okay. Okay.
You know, I'm okay with considering them together anyway.
We'll vote separately, obviously, but consider them.
Okay, well then, I should ask more questions now then.
Okay.
All right. And the way I'm looking at this is, because I don't live in this area and I realize there are a lot of neighborhood concerns, so, you know, I have to look at this as if Meadow Lark Ridge School was in the same situation. You know, how would I respond to it as a true neighbor? To what extent generally, I'm gonna use the term city in generic sense, is the city obligated to change zoning to help someone sell a property that because of its zoning designation is difficult to sell? I mean, is there any obligation for economic development, any obligation otherwise to, if the major reason for the change is to stimulate or allow a sale of the property, is that a bona fide
You are
reason?
under no obligation whatsoever to change the zoning classification of the property. The justification that has been put forward is that the current residential single-family designation limits the potential reuses of the building and property. If you look at the list of the schools that were converted to other uses following their closure, only Franklin and Lowell, because they were essentially used for very similar purposes and units, didn't require some form of rezoning to support the change of use. So
Is that done before they were sold or after?
they were done, I'm not positive in every case, but it is, in my experience, it is not unusual at all for, and I actually recommend when I visit people to use what we call contingent contracts. So for example, there was a property owner that owned the southeast corner of 9th and Schilling, which is presently the location of a Lowe's home improvement store. That owner entered into a contract with some developers from Dallas, Texas, and the contract specified that the contract would not close unless the city granted all land use approvals that the purchaser was seeking. So it is fairly common for prospective purchasers to have a contract that's contingent on some zoning change being made. So if we use Bartlett School as an example, there was a proposal to purchase Bartlett School and turn it into an office building. Had the city declined to change the zoning classification of Bartlett School to allow it to be a business and professional office building, that contract would not have been executed because the zoning would have prohibited the conversion of Bartlett School to an office building. So the contract to purchase Bartlett School from the school district was contingent on the city agreeing to grant a zoning change. And I don't know any of the particulars in this case as far as contracts or contingencies or anything, but it is not unusual But just because there's a contingency in the contract does not obligate you to change the zoning. It's just simply that the R1 single-family district is among the most limited zoning districts that we have, so the range of uses that you can put a closed school building to is very limited in an R1 district compared to other districts. So you cannot take this building and turn it into multifamily housing under the current zoning. So the planned development district R2 was viewed by staff as the best vehicle to go from R1 to something that could be, that there could be assurances that what was proposed is what would actually happen to the building.
So with respect to your question about criteria in effect, by our ordinance, and it's covered in the staff report, but there are 5 criteria called out. The first of those being the character of the neighborhood and the uses and zoning of a nearby property. The second one is the suitability of the subject property for development with uses permitted under existing zoning. And so that kind of gets to Mr. Andrews' point about redevelopment under R1.
All right. So that's a gut decision we have to make regarding the likelihood that the property would ever be used for anything under its current zoning.
I mean, part of what you should look at is whether you think if this stays zoned R1, visualize in your minds what uses you see the building being able to put to if the zoning is not changed.
Well, not so much the zoning, the property. I mean, the building can be knocked down if you get permission, but it's the property that gets zoned.
Correct. You're not zoning the building, you are zoning the property.
As far as the traffic counts for an multifamily housing, how does that compare with what's calculated for a school that's being actively used?
Well, the main problems with schools is that schools usually have a peak traffic associated with them, which associates with the opening and closing of school, and so there's a wide variation. But what we used was if you had an elementary school with 100 students, that would generate 130 vehicles a day, but depending on other factors, it could be as much as 300 some vehicles a day. But if you had an elementary school with 300 students, then you're talking about 390 vehicle trips per day, and that's going to be primarily around the opening and closing of school, and then the periods during midday are relatively quiet, whereas in a residential setting, there's still a lot of rush hour related traffic, but in a residential setting, you're not going to have the peak traffic flows like you do with the opening and closing of the school day.
I guess schools are quieter on weekends.
If I might, because what I have is very related to that. You said a school with 100 students. Do we know how many students Lowell had attending when it was open as a public school?
The only figure that I could find was that in the latter years, the way the school district operated Franklin and Lowell is that they divided it between the grades, and the only number I could find was that combined Franklin and Lowell had 333 students and 25 faculty.
Okay.
But that's taking the two campuses when it was divided up by grade level.
Yeah, just based on the number of classrooms, if there were 20 students per classroom at just Lowell now, that would calculate to somewhere between 200 and 250 students, teachers, staff at that location at that time. So that's probably pretty close.
With respect to traffic counts, if it's helpful, the Kansas Department of Transportation published traffic counts in 2018, and they identified multiple blocks on Republic, but the block of Republic immediately west of Santa Fe, so the block in question, they reported as 3,115. The block immediately east of Santa Fe, so one block further east, they reported as 3,915. So there's a 800 car per day traffic count difference in those two blocks.
What year was that?
2018.
2018. So that would be, was the Christian Academy operating at that time?
Christian Academy closed its doors in the spring of 2019.
Okay.
But I can't speak to enrollment or declining enrollment or any of those things. That would be something that Mr. Reynolds, the owner's representative, is here, and he might be able to answer that in terms of enrollment. But the closure occurred in the spring of 2019.
There's been reference to the area being used as a park, and there are no true neighborhood parks or pocket parks in this immediate facility. But this has been private property for more than 10 years. Has any part of this property been used as a de facto neighborhood playground, even though it's been private property?
I would let Mr. Reynolds speak to that. I think there was a period of time, the change in ownership occurred in 2004. So we're roughly 16 years in of private property ownership, and there was a period in the recent past where, due to some damage and concerns about the school, the playground area was locked and not made available to neighbors to access. If it was used by neighbors ahead of that time, it was done just by the school as being a good neighbor. But if you look at the park's master plan, the designated school or designated park for this neighborhood area is considered to be Sunset Park,
Which is
which
good
is
long
a half mile
6
to the
blocks
west on Republic.
with 9th Street in between. Yeah.
But in terms of, if we look at the city in terms of park service areas, this neighborhood would be considered in the Sunset Park service area.
You know, I like old buildings, and particularly old sturdy ones, and if you can reuse them, it's great. You know, I think parking can be hidden with shrubbery and stuff. But I'm concerned that 184 neighbors signed a petition saying that they didn't like this project. And if you look at the immediate neighborhood around this school, there's a fair amount of opposition, and probably not necessarily all for the same reason. To what extent can the unplanned property, I mean, to what extent can restrictions be put on what happens to that early on, if it were to
You're
go
talking
through?
about the future development
Future
area?
development, yeah.
So the Planning Commission did put restrictions on it, and the only difference is it's basically zoned the same that it is now. The difference being is that if it stayed zoned R1, someone could come in and obtain a building permit to build a house, a house, a house, a house, a house, and a house. But under the Planning Commission's recommendation, whether it's this developer or future developer, would have to submit their plans for what they wanted to build there, and the Planning Commission would look at the design, the number of stories, whether it was on a full lot or a lot and a half, and the Planning Commission would have the discretion to approve or disapprove that plan, and the neighbors would have an opportunity to see what was proposed to be built there, as opposed to if it was left zoned R1, then the neighbors would not get to see what was built there.
Right, and and the neighborhood was characterized as a mixture of multifamily and single-family dwellings.
There are a number of, and much of this dates to the time when the Schilling Air Force Base was here, and there there were a number of conversions of homes on Santa Fe from single-family to having multiple units put in them, some of them done legally, some of them done surreptitiously. But the homes that are not single-family only are primarily concentrated on Santa Fe, not on Highland.
Right, so then, if we're gonna, one of those criteria is the general, and I'm paraphrasing, the character of the neighborhood. The character of this neighborhood would be best described as single family. I'm talking about
It is predominantly single-family.
single family
Yes,
housing.
recognizing that the two-story school building itself has been present in the neighborhood since 1915. So,
Right, but most residential neighborhoods, at least in this country historically, have an elementary school somewhere in there, but that's just an accepted part of, well, it's a desired part of the neighborhood, actually.
but you will not find apartment buildings or anything of that nature in the immediate neighborhood vicinity.
I may have one more, but I'll yield the floor. I think I'm done now. Go ahead.
I was going to follow up on one of Commissioner Davis's questions in terms of looking back at the Planning Commission's actions on the undeveloped area, Phase 2 or whatever you want to call it, that doesn't include the future development area indicated in green. The Planning Commission, I just wanted to confirm this. So they opted to do an R2 PDD or a PDD R2 as opposed to just a straight R1 zoning, because it would then require a plan to be brought back that the Planning Commission, the City Commission, and the neighbors could all comment on?
They were given two alternatives, which were discussed in detail at the meeting and discussed by the planning commissioners at great length. And one of the alternatives that they were given was to create a planned development district that basically went to this line here and create a planned development district just here and leave this as it is, which is zoned R1. They looked at that as an option. The result of that option would be that the prospective developer or a future developer or a future owner could take this lot, this lot, this lot, this lot, this lot, this lot, submit a building permit application to the city and receive review of that and go out and build houses, 1-story, 2-story, garage, no garage, and that would just be subject to an administrative building permit. The other option was to take this entire 2-acre site and make it, the entire site, a planned development district. And that way, the Phase 2 future development area, whatever came forward to be built here, which the Planning Commission said they only want to see single family only, but they would review those plans as to whether they're 1-story, 2-story, 20 feet tall, 14 feet tall, what their exterior materials are, whether they're garages or no garages. Those would, one, be reviewed by the Planning Commission, but two, those plans that were proposed for the future development area, since they're unknown at this time, there would be notification of neighboring property owners and an opportunity to review those plans before development occurred, as opposed to just an administrative building permit. So that's what their thinking was that it would give an opportunity for the neighborhood to see what was proposed there, as opposed to having an administrative process.
And so under every PDD, there has to be an underlying zoning, whether that's R2, R3, I mean, but there's not an R1 PDD, correct?
There could be, and that I mean, it was difficult to get here, but that is a potential option. The Planning Commission simply addressed it by saying, we'll call this Planned Development District R2, but we'll limit the uses to single family only. And so they discussed at length whether to allow duplexes here or duplexes here, and they decided as a commission that limiting this to single-family dwellings only would be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood than allowing for duplexes. So that wasn't known ahead of time, and it was given as an option, and they recommended it be lit. So in theory, you could modify this so that this part was Planned Development District R2 and this was PDD R1. It's just that their recommendation was to make it all one classification with development limited to single family on the eastern portion.
And even though they made that, like, that recommendation, the underlying zoning is R2. So let's say in 5 years, 10 years, whatever, down the road, if Mr. Richardson sells the property and it's a new developer or whatever, and they want to come in and do duplexes, you've got the underlying zoning there, even though the PDD recommendation
You
is
do
for
not.
single-family homes, or does that,
No.
that sticks?
That sticks.
Okay.
The single-family dwelling limitation sticks. So
Okay.
if in 5 years somebody wants to build duplexes, notwithstanding that the map says PDD-R2, the ordinance says single-family dwellings only. And so if somebody wants to build duplexes, they're coming right back here with a rezoning application to make it, to add two-family dwellings to the list of permitted uses, because as recommended by the Planning Commission, it's limited to single-family only.
So wouldn't it be cleaner to just call it PDD R1 from the beginning?
It could be, yes, that'd be within your discretion. It's just, we didn't know. We had an application for PDD R2, and no one knew till the Planning Commission deliberated how supportive they were of duplexes versus single-family, and they unanimously agreed that it should be limited to single-family only. But the application was for Planned Development District R2, but the ordinance could be modified to have these lots be Planned Development District R1 if you so desire. It's the same result, but I would agree that if somebody was looking at a zoning map and it said PDD R1, that would be more instructive than if they looked at the map and it said PDD R2. And then we tell them that even though it says R2, it really means single family only. So yes, that is an option to have it Planned Development District with mixed R2 and R1.
On Republic, on the north side of Republic, will parking still be allowed on that north side of the narrow stretch of Republic, the on-street parking?
There isn't really a reason to change that. From staff's perspective, a lot of the peak associated traffic with the school or the historic school use is going to be less. But the way the street is posted now is for parking on the north, no parking on the south, and there isn't a great reason to think that that would need to change.
I wanted to confirm, because right now, those property owners are accustomed to being able to access on-street parking, and I just wanted to make sure that that would continue for their use, and
Many of their driveways are very short and very
Right.
tight, and it's actually difficult to get in some of them on the north side.
right. I think that's about it. I'm sure that there's going to be, but the present plan does call for the two entrances and exits, one on,
Yes,
On-
and the other thing we
on
pointed
Republic
out
and
is
one
that
on
although this looks like it's paved, and it is, that's playground paving, and that's not gonna be sufficient to support vehicles, so there'll probably be reconstruction of an entire new parking lot, but the recommendation from the Planning Commission is that there be a curb cut on Republic and the parking lot be connected to Beloit.
Beloit.
And the belief being that of the path of least resistance, that eventually people will decide mostly to enter and exit on Beloit, but that will also allow for pass-through traffic. It's better for fire apparatus and ambulances and others to be able to go circulate through as opposed to having to circulate back. So the recommendation was to modify the parking plan so that there was a curb cut here.
Well, we're discussing that. Was that originally that way, or is that a modification that's been made to the original plan that was submitted?
Well, the original plan just focused the parking up here, and this curb cut that's there is not really, it was only used for delivery drivers and for people that were delivering food for the lunch program, but it wasn't, nobody was parking here. This isn't a parking lot. Cars weren't driving in and out. There was an occasional delivery, and vehicles used it for the school lunch deliveries, but it's not, this is not a very active curb cut.
But what I'm saying is, has the Beloit curb cut always been a part of the application?
It was not part of the application. It was not proposed by the applicant. It was recommended by, that came from the Planning Commission, not the applicant.
Right, but that's something that's been added at the request of the Planning Commission.
That
then.
is correct.
Okay,
That
thank
was
you.
part of their recommendation.
We know that the most of the area is multifamily housing. Do we know how much of it is rental?
There's a map in your packet.
I have that. The question, is the green, is that rentals or is that, I couldn't tell. There wasn't a color coding on this.
Supposedly, the highlighted areas are supposed to be rental, but that map was furnished by Mr. Mays, and I'll let him address that. He submitted that as part of their application, and it was based on a comparison with the physical owner's address versus the physical address of the property, and I think he'd be in the best position to explain that.
Does that map separate single from multi, or just owner occupied versus
It's just
rental?
owner occupied versus rental, and that's based on when we do our property owner mailing, since we're responsible to mail to property owners, we'll often have a situation where the property owner's physical address is somewhere else than the house that's in proximity.
Right, yeah,
So
that part I understand, but these are all single-family home, or the majority of them are.
there's a few on
Yeah.
Santa Fe that have been divided
Right,
into
right.
more than single family, but these are primarily single family dwellings, and the intent of the map was to show those properties that appear to be rental residential as opposed to owner occupied residential.
And yet we're adding rentals with this application. Do we know about the presentation of the petition, and was there any written information given to the people asked to sign? Do we know anything about how that was presented to them? Were they promised a park, or?
The people that circulated the protest petition are here at the meeting, and so they can explain that. What we did as a staff is that we met with them and provided technical assistance for them, and our goal is to make sure that there's a desire to have a protest petition, that we assist the protesters with meeting all the legal requirements, so that we don't have a petition that's not valid because of some technical reason. But what people were told who signed the petition, that would best be addressed to the people who circulated it, who are here at today's meeting.
When I was a planning commissioner, the comp plan was kind of my guide, and we talked a lot then. We talked about it a lot up here as well, about density and urban improvements, housing inventory, core reinvestment, readaptive reuse, traffic patterns, and I'm going to just ask you the question: do you think that that's also a guide for our planning commission now, that they have those thoughts? Considering this proposal is consistent with the prior property conversions and is probably going to raise property values. I would imagine they were thinking in that bigger context.
Well, there was some comments made by planning commissioners about opportunities for infill development and adaptive reuse. And I think the concern that some planning commissioners had and that planning staff has is a concern about having a building that sits empty, and a building that sits empty is, in our experience, going to deteriorate over time by being empty. And so there's always, that was the main interest that the school district had when they put these properties up for sale, was that there be good adaptive reuse of the property. And Salina Christian Academy had a 15-year or 14-year run there, but that has come to an end. So now we're faced with the prospect of figuring out what is the best adaptive reuse, if any, of this existing building.
Well, the list of readapted is impressive. I think there's had some great success there. I would hate to think that this might go the road of St. John's Hospital.
Commissioner Franz, any questions?
Yeah, I will admit I am concerned about the narrowness of Republic and the access onto Republic. We have 15 units here that will be accessing it. If you put 3 more residences in there with 3 more driveways onto Republic, that strikes me as a lot of load. I am glad to see that they've modified the request to allow access to Beloit, which is better. And until you said something about fire access and being able to drive through, I was pretty well set that we need to close the access on the Republic side. I'm reconsidering that.
That is something that lies within your discretion. But
as far as the future use of the future area, they say 6 single-family residences. Is it possible to designate those so that the access is up the center instead of the streets on either side, or at least on the Republic side, so those do not add those 3 additional driveways on the south edge of Republic Avenue through that narrow section?
Yeah, Dustin, if you could go back to the aerial photo. One of our pieces of research was to look at, and this is technically, it is a alley that's open and never been vacated, but for various reasons, many of these owners have crept into the alley. And so this alley, while it's public right-of-way owned by the city, has been encroached on by these owners. And this is not an improved alley that goes through, but there was a little bit of discussion about whether the alley could be used for some access. But anything related to the site, including the main site or the future development area that relates to access or limiting access or any of those things, those are all fair game as part of the preliminary development plan. So that if what you're suggesting is that instead of having that perhaps the area could be reoriented, so there was some sort of road that came through here and then orient
either that, or use the access road that's being used for the school apartments as access for those residential areas also.
So if you wanted to have a stipulation that there could be no individual driveway curb cuts on Republic as part of phase 2, that is within your discretion.
Now, phase 2, as it stands, it's been at least conceptually presented, and if we approve it, it's going to allow 6 residences there. Before they actually proceed with doing something, does it come back again for detailed review at that time?
As the condition that was imposed by the Planning Commission, which is on page 14 of your report and also in the ordinance, says a final development plan for Phase 2, the future development area, shall be submitted to and approved by the Planning Commission prior to issuance of any building permits. So that was a condition recommended by the Planning Commission and incorporated into the ordinance that's before you. If the City Commission wants to have that opportunity to review that as well, that can be modified so that the City Commission has the final say on that. But as this is structured, the idea is we don't know what's happening here. There's not a specific plan, but the Planning Commission basically forced a plan by saying that we're going to limit this to single-family dwellings only.
Okay, I don't know, this really isn't a question, I guess, but it strikes me that most of the feedback we've gotten, including the map here that's related to neighborhood signatures against rezoning, focuses on the area primarily north of the school. There's a little bit south, north of the school, up along Highland and Santa Fe and maybe 4th Street, extending all the way to Crawford. That's quite an extensive neighborhood. And if you draw a circle based on Lowell School, based on the distance from the school to Crawford, you end up with an area that might be considered neighborhood that extends to Broadway. South, it includes Kansas Wesleyan, and to the east, it extends to Roach Street. While I think that's a bit large, I think it is important to consider that there's a larger neighborhood than just Highland Street. It extends south and east and west some distance. And in answer to your question about rentals, I did look at properties around the area, and it appears to me that somewhere in the order of 40 to 50% of the properties are currently rentals, primarily in single-family homes, but they are rentals. And if you drive the neighborhood, as I have done, you discover that the, what should I say, the housing stock, the appearance of the neighborhood is, there's lots of areas that are very nice, very nicely maintained, but interspersed with that there are homes that I saw that had apparently holes in the roof, or at least parts of the roof that weren't shingled. You know, deteriorating paint, weeds, you know, just all sorts of things. Now they're not overwhelmingly prevalent in the area, but they are there. And I guess my point is that the area does have seeds of blight. You know, I see not doing something with the school is perhaps contributing to that, because if a good use is not found, it sits there not being used, and you know, who knows how well it's going to be taken care of. And I think that is a concern that I have about the future. You know, Sunset Park's within a half mile, admittedly, across 9th Street, which is a concern.
Well, I think we all have our, and it's, admittedly, it's a whole lot of material, but one of the things that we put in your packet was some excerpts from the Parks Master Plan, and the Parks Master Plan referred to this as Park Area Number 9, and it just said that Park Area Number 9, which is described in a map that's in your packets, has 1,717 households, and so it's an area that Park Service Area Number 9 is considered to be serviced by Sunset Park, as I referenced. But there's the Parks Master Plan breaks Salina into, they've identified 15 park service areas and have established boundaries for those. So it's it's difficult to assign boundaries for what constitutes the neighborhood, but I think some of the perception of neighborhood deals with the property that was within the Lowell Elementary School attendance area. I think that seems to be some correlation between the being in the school attendance area and being in the protest petition.
Commissioner Ryan, in response to your question about what the signatories might have known about the petition, it took me a minute because the packet is so big, but it looks like the signature pages lead off with, to the Salina Planning Commission, we oppose rezoning in the Salina Christian Academy, formerly Lowell School, that would allow apartments on the entire 2-acre property.
Repeat that last part, please.
We oppose rezoning the Salina Christian Academy, formerly Lowell School, that would allow apartments on the entire 2-acre property.
Okay. Something that I didn't see in the material were references to the housing study we had done a number of years ago, and looking at that I would just say that it does make a comment that townhouses and apartments are a need, in particular market rate apartments are a need in the community. Also note comp plan, they did some surveys on needs for playground. That neighborhood indicated that somewhere between 41% and 60% of the respondents said they needed a playground. On the other hand, in response to the question of how well their needs for parks were met, 100% were happy with it. So, you know, again, kind of a mixed message with those things.
Just to ask one thing, Commissioner France, it's difficult to know when those questions were asked, because that park master plan was a long time in development.
Yes,
And
I
it's possible
understand.
that the neighborhood would have had access to those park facilities. I mean, we'll never know, but
Possibly.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all I've got for now.
Really don't have any questions. I have comments, but before I make my comments, I'd like to probably hear from the public first.
I will turn over the podium to someone else who'd
Yeah.
like to speak.
This is the portion of the Citizens Forum where individuals can come up and please give us your name and address. And we have a 3-minute clock over here, and we'll be glad to hear from you.
Hello, my name is Dan Peterson, and I live at 948 Highland, about 200 feet from the school. My family and I are opposed to the rezone and believe a more suitable, at least compromise, needs to be worked out, as this does not really match the character of Highland. Community is really a big part of our neighborhood. You'll find neighbors walking the street, talking, kind of circling all of Highland, sitting on their front porches. It's really a front porch neighborhood. And it really gives you a sense of what Salina was like, you know, even in the 1920s. And since 1915, there's been a school with a place to play there. When Lowell was closed, the neighborhood was asked what they'd like to see happen with the property. The wish that would remain a school with public access. Little history, in 1915, Salina residents passed a bond measure funding the construction of Lowell. So Salina taxpayers paid for the school. Salina Christian Academy was blessed when they were able to purchase the property for just $10,000, as this shows 2.9% of the appraised value, as published in the Salina Journal on March 9, 2004. The article mentions the board decided that many months ago that the purchase price of the buildings would be secondary to finding uses that would fit well with the neighborhoods in which the buildings were located. Park access was provided until approximately 2 years ago, and I have pictures of my kids in the park about that long ago showing it was open. It's really just feels like a disservice to the community that they're able to purchase this so cheaply in good faith, and now they turn around and completely shut us out and not even looking for a compromise. We just feel like they want to maximize every square inch of the property, and it's important to remember in all this that this process is important because it makes sure there's a fit for something, not just throwing whatever needs to go in there. And again, I have 3 kids. The 9th Street issue is a problem trying to get to a park. It's not feasible for kids. It's just it's just hard for people, it doesn't feel like we have a neighborhood park. And really, apartments are inconsistent with surrounding use. In all directions, there's single-family homes, even all the R2 that they were showing, majority of those around there are single-family homes. So really, we just feel like this is a lose-lose for the neighborhood. If it was single-family homes, there'd be 14 units. Now we're looking at least 21 units, just really adding. And we don't necessarily want more rentals. We want people to be buying houses in the neighborhood, as some have done, even in that 200 zone since that map went out. So we just ask that you either deny the rezone or find a compromise. There's a cover letter for the official protest petition that we have some ideas for compromise, including putting a small park in, moving the parking lot away, because it's really right in the center of, everyone on Highland is going to see that. It's just going to be bad. People have said they're going to move away if apartments go in. Just, they're afraid of what's going to happen. So I don't think that really looks good. So really, in conclusion, I'm against the rezone unless a compromise happens. I have provided some safety concerns to staff on a video that I'd like to show if that's okay, in regards to the parking lot. It's a short video. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We have a Okay, do we have anyone else who would like to address the commission?
We don't have any order plan or anything like that, but, so, Dan was talking about compromise.
Could we have your name
Oh,
for the?
Joan Ratzliff.
Thank you.
Salina. Okay, well, just really quickly, I want to say that there's a couple of things that I'm a little unclear on, because the trips or the traffic count of 3,100 a day, and I believe the February staff report and the June one said it was 4,000 and some between, for the most recent count. I know the 2018 came from the KDOT's website. but the most recent, the staff report previously said 4,000 and some odd cars between 9th and Santa Fe. Sunset Park is a community park. It is about a half a mile from the school itself, but it's more than a half a mile from the majority of the neighborhood. And the park's master plan, which is, a considerable document, does say a couple of things, and I've made this comment in previous written comments to this matter, that school playgrounds can serve as a neighborhood park. Neighborhood park is someplace that you walk to, and that they should be within a half mile of everyone in town. We don't have that everywhere, but what's good is a plan if we're not following it, and just another one of those things. But I wanted to talk about, the extension of an R2 area, really, on the east side of the future use. It may be zoned R2, but the use is R1, and to me, that has equal weight. Everywhere you see in the ordinance, it talks about use and zoning. The one is not more important than the other. I had issues with some of the findings. I didn't feel that they were accurate, that were presented by the Planning Commission. There's a lot of disagreement among the neighbors about that. The green space increases value. Putting multifamily rentals in that spot would not increase value of homes. And I was talking with a realtor about that today, actually. But Dan presented some of the concerns. There's more, and they've been talked about in February, and we tried in June and in July. And one of them was the hazard associated with the parking lot entrance. Currently, it's a delivery. And we have requested a traffic study for that. I don't think that a decision should be made on that driveway until we have an engineering evaluation, because numerous neighbors have expressed serious safety concerns about adding a driveway to a 30-stall parking lot at that location. Where there's other ideas that have been presented. One of those was in an attachment to
About
that
another
came to you, 30
seconds or so.
that had a park along part of it, or two different ones, with using now they're at 1012 Santa Fe, and Mr. Franz, you may have been referring to that house. 1012 is abandoned. It's going to sheriff's sale unless we can put it in a land bank. It needs to be torn down.
There's several.
And that alley is a divided driveway. It is no longer an alley. It has been vacated, but not the north-south one. So we have an idea of having two entrances off of Beloit and having the parking lot in the middle that serves the development. But I want to say, there are concerns, and we have been working on some solutions. Checking on grants, because that, people kept asking neighbors, well, who's going to buy it? Well, it would make a great park, but we need the money to do that. So we can apply for grants. I've visited with the granting agency, North Central Regional Planning Commission. They advised me about a certain one, and this is all within a week or two. So there is a certain grant that the city could apply for, or the North Central Regional Planning Commission could apply for it. It's not expensive. It could help it buy the land. Numerous
Okay, we need to
numerous grants
wrap up and be fair
would
to
be
everybody.
available to do that. We're saying that we are wanting to provide a solution that provides things that are mentioned in the comprehensive plan and the Parks Master Plan, make the neighbors happy, preserve the value of the neighborhood, and would also work with the developer. So we just need a chance to do that.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pam Barnes, and I live on 955 Highland. Part of the discussion was the character of our neighborhood, and some things that haven't been mentioned is that it's hundreds of people dress up and come down for Halloween. They come down for the lights and the decorations at Christmas. People come from out of the area to jog on our street. People walk their dogs, their families walk it. It's it's a unique area that I feel that if the apartments change the atmosphere of it, it will be a negative thing for all of Salina, because so many people come down that street that aren't even from our area. Even though there's rentals, it's a safe neighborhood. Nobody feels like there's drug people in these rentals. They're long-term rentals. Most of the people stay there for years renting these places. It's not like an apartment where maybe every 1 or 2 years they move out. I know people will not want to live near them, so they might sell their place, and maybe the neighborhood would get more deteriorated than the couple of houses that are there right now. I moved here over 4 years ago, and I didn't know anything about Salina. I flew here just to see if I wanted to live here, and I just rented a car and drove back and forth all over Salina. And every time I got on Highland, I just knew it was a different neighborhood. And I knew that when I moved here, I would wait for a home that became open, and that's what I did. And I just don't want that to turn into something that I want to leave Salina for if they change everything for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline Cairo. I live at 700 block of Highland. I have lived there, and my family and I and my siblings. I come from a family of 12, so I think I have a good sense of fair play, and I think I recognize unfair play. Like I was starting to say, my family and I have lived in the neighborhood since 1974, both sides of the school. Most of you are probably old enough to know the lyrics to the song by Joni Mitchell. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. That situation fits perfectly here. The view, the whole atmosphere of that property is bound to be a nice-looking parking lot. The building may be revamped to look beautiful, but it's still going to be apartments. All the calamity and the trappings that go with apartment living will be there. That's a complete change to the neighborhood. Complete change. And that's basically what the neighborhood's trying to do. They're trying to object to that change. They want to say the same. This is a blue-collar paradise for the people that live there. It's not a white-collar, Paul. It's not white-collar, but it is a blue-collar paradise, and it has been that way in the neighborhood for decades. So that's really what the people are after. And I appreciate you bringing, Commissioner Hodges, the conflict of interest issue. I want to reiterate that it's most likely, well, Mr. Olson would have known about this conflict of interest starting in January, when the application was made all the way through June to where it was brought out by the citizens. And it wasn't me, by the way. I was the messenger on that. It's other neighborhood. Mr. Peterson and Joan Ratzlaff were the ones who really discovered the conflict of interest. And I'd like to mention too that it's very likely, more than, that the applicants and the developer were party to that conflict of interest, or at least knowledge of it. And they seemed to, most likely they were complicit with the idea of, I won't use the word, but that. So also, is that my buzzer? Well, that's good enough. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Derek Mullane, 945 Highland. I have lived at that residence for 37 years of my 40. I grew up going to that school, playing at that playground every day after school, during school, weekends, running around that whole thing. It was just a part of life. All the neighborhood kids gathered there. It was, it is what the neighborhood was. As the school closed, the academy bought it. My kids were enrolled in the academy, went to school there. It continued as our neighborhood school. When the school closed the playground equipment, yeah, it wasn't a huge deal because the neighborhood had changed age groups because my generation had moved out. Now the neighborhood has switched, and it is bringing in a lot of younger families that do bring kids to the plate. And the park is definitely needed. Apartments, I don't want to say I'm completely against them. I see that as a good fit, but there is compromise needed. Bringing the park to where it's not front and center of what the neighborhood has been for 100 years. That's about all I have to say. I just would like to continue to keep the neighborhood as it has been, and living 6 houses from that intersection, it'll be unsightly to see a parking lot for sure. Regardless of what shrubs or landscape happens, the parking lot's always going to be there. Thank you.
What was your name again? I apologize.
Derek Mullane.
Derek, okay. Thank you, Derek.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. Jeff Mace, Compro Realty, 157 South 7th. Just as a matter of order, is the applicant representative conditioned on the 3 minutes? Or is that for just public comment? Typically, the applicant's heard
Probably,
from it.
I've allowed
I've heard. Okay.
Yeah.
As a point of clarity, this was done exactly as Mr. Andrew described. I just was curious and started marking up the map, and as it got to look the way it did, I thought this is compelling relative to rentals when apartment rentals is so bad, but the neighborhood clearly has its fair share of density when it comes to rentals. But this only reflects addresses that aren't mailed to that. I don't want to misrepresent anything. I didn't go knock on doors and ask if they owned it, so I don't want that to misrepresent at all. So relative to the conflict of interest, I think it's very important that we bear in mind that Salina Christian Academy is the applicant, not Mr. Richardson. I've been in front of this body and the Planning Commission body a lot, and I generally don't disclose. I disclose as little as we can as a rule, just to not let things get too far out of hand. The only reason that Mr. Richardson is involved at this stage is because we thought, with the concern of staff, but more importantly the concern of the neighbors, that if we could be more transparent and let them know that we have got a very storied developer that's done some fabulous things in our community. I think we can all agree to that. He's taken buildings that have sat empty and have put them back into function, gotten them back on the tax rolls, improved the adjacent property values, and has just been, he's, in my opinion, the most successful developer the community's seen in years in that regard. We felt like it was a good idea to bring him forward. Didn't think further, but the applicant at Salina Christian Academy has no affiliation with Mr. Olson. The moral of the story here from my chair is, after the property went under contract with Mr. Richardson, we left it on the market, and we left it, as we always do, potential backup orders, backup offers, as Mr. Andrews alluded to. So I can assure you that all the calls that we always qualify, because doing what we do, oftentimes we get inquiries about properties that are way, way far away from what they're actually looking for. So I always ask, what are you looking for? What were your plans for it, et cetera? The qualified inquiries that we've received to date, now we took the property off the market the week before the July 7th Planning Commission meeting. But prior to that, everyone that called were multifamily developers that was, that were really inquiring. We had people that were just interested in what the price was and things like that. But as we got down and drilled into the inquiries, they were primarily multifamily developers, many of them from out of town that target schools to go in and do this very thing because you can get the historic elements involved. So as you think about this application and what you're doing to the underlying real estate, I invite you to think about it as Salina Christian Academy as the applicant, because in order for us to put that building back into production, we really believe that multifamily is the way to handle that building to get it back functioning. I'm going to leave you with one quick thing as I see the clock. I brought this up at the last commission meeting, and I think it's relative to your considerations as we talk about compromise and we talk about we need a park. And Dr. Davis, pardon me, Dr. Davis or Mary Davis? I don't know which one's appropriate, so pardon me. But I read this to the Planning Commission because I think it's germane to your consideration. It's regulatory taking. In the United States constitutional law, regulatory taking is a situation in which a government regulation limits the uses of private property, that's exactly what we're talking about here, to such a degree that the regulation effectively deprives the property owners of economically reasonable use or value of the property, to such an extent that it deprives them of utility or value of that property, even though the regulation does not formally divest them of title to it. So as we talk about, no, I'm not going to rezone it because I want it to be a park. When we first came in front of the Planning Commission, the park idea was brought out. Mr. Andrews sitting right there. I looked at Mr. Andrew and I said, are you signing the contract or is Craig going to sign this contract? Because it sounds like the city just bought themselves a piece of property, put a park in. But it is, like it or not, private property. And we can't go on and we can't let this idea that, well, I won't rezone it because I want it to ultimately be a park and the Salina Christian Academy has to sit there for another 2 years while that building continues to deteriorate. So I do think that regulatory taking is very close to some of these questions, not at all the action that you may or may not take, but some of the things that are being asked, I think by constitutional law could be deemed illegal. So as the applicant, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I know you've had a long meeting.
I just had one question that maybe for you. What is the condition of that building currently?
I'm going to let Mr. Reynolds come up as a public citizen and answer that question because he's more familiar. I mean, I know, but I'm going to let Mr. Reynolds, who's the board of Salina Christian Academy, speak to that if that's okay. Because he's more qualified than I am to answer your question. Okay. Any other questions of me, though?
Well, I don't know if this is for you either. Is there any thought been given to what sort of apartments might go in there? I referenced market rate apartments.
Market rate apartments.
Okay.
Historic tax credits are going to be used, but market rate apartments.
Okay.
That's the question I have.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you.
Could I just ask for a clarification from the city attorney? Just since I don't think any of the five of us are attorneys, with reference to the term regulatory taking, does that apply if the zoning of the building is the same now as it was before it was bought the first time and has remained the same? I mean, as opposed to it being bought in one circumstance and zoning having been changed, since the building was bought. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The reason I'm looking at my iPad, we anticipated that question, and I do have a summary if you or the commission wishes to hear. The case that dictates the factors that go into that regulatory taking analysis is the Penn Central case, and they're referred to as the Penn Central factors. And I am happy to go into that if that's
Well,
something
I would,
that,
because it really reflects on the first question I asked, or the second question, to what extent is the city obligated to help someone sell a property that they can't move because of the way it's zoned?
well, if it's yours and the commission's wish, I'd be happy to
I'm only one of five.
read this.
Commissioner Davis wants,
I'm no
that's fine.
constitutional scholar.
This is a memorandum, actually, well, an email. It's not terribly long, but prepared by Aaron Martin and sent to me in anticipation of the discussion. The issue of whether a taking has occurred by virtue of any decision to deny the Lowell rezoning would be addressed under the Penn Central factors. The factors are: 1, the economic impact of the regulation on the claimant. The claimant in this case would presumably be the current owner. Number 2, the extent by which the regulation has interfered with distinct investment-backed expectations. And 3, the character of the governmental action. In the context of a takings claim premised upon denial of a zoning request, the most relevant factor is the second factor, involving the landowner's, quote, investment-backed expectations. As a preliminary matter, in the Palazzolo versus Rhode Island case, the United States Supreme Court explained that there is no per se rule that prohibits a Penn Central takings claim by the mere fact that title was acquired after the effective date of the state-imposed restriction. The state-imposed restriction would be the original zoning. The court reasoned that otherwise the post-enactment transfer of title would absolve the state of its obligation to defend any action restricting land use, no matter how extreme or unreasonable. However, when courts review a takings claim premised upon the government's denial of a requested rezoning, it is generally held that the, quote, investment-backed expectations factor of the Penn Central test is not satisfied, and this weighs heavily in support of the government, absent unique facts that support the landowner's belief that he or she is entitled to rezoning. Another case, Grand Sakwa of Northfield versus, it doesn't matter, I suppose. It is a Michigan appeals court case. The plaintiff unsuccessfully asserted a takings claim against the city based upon the city's denial of a rezoning. In determining that there was no legitimate investment-backed expectation because the property owner acquired the land knowing that it would have to be rezoned to accomplish its desired use. The court reasoned that a claimant who purchases land that is subject to zoning limitations with the intent to seek a modification of those limitations accepts the business risk that the limitations will remain in place or be only partially modified. As Justice O'Connor noted in her concurrence in that Palazzo case I referred to earlier, the regulatory regimen in place at the time the claimant acquires the property at issue helps to shape the reasonableness of those expectations. Notice of the regulation cannot absolutely bar a taking claim, but it should be taken into account. In short, there is no per se rule that prohibits an owner from asserting a takings claim based on the denial of a rezoning request. But the investment-backed expectations factor of the Penn Central balancing test almost always results in a denial of the takings claim on the basis that there were no distinct investment-backed expectations of a particular alternative use, since the owner should have known that any alternative use is contingent upon a rezoning being approved. point being that any court would take those factors into consideration.
If I may, I think one of those factors was the character of the government's action, and I believe that Mr. Mays was making a distinction that if your decision is for the purpose of turning it into a park, now your regulatory decision has been implicated by your intent to use that property for city purposes. So I think you need to make a independent, distinct decision about the merits of the rezoning. Use as a park, or your intention to use that as a park, it could be a legal concern.
Yes, that's certainly an accurate statement as well. I think you have a balancing here that I think the point is it is more difficult for a claimant to assert a takings claim when they are basing that claim on a denial of a rezoning in order to fulfill whatever economic interest they might be in pursuit of. By the same token, Mr. Scragg's point is correct. Certainly, the other side of that coin is you would not want to deny a rezoning if somehow you were motivated by the point that I might best leave you to articulate it.
Motivated to repurpose it as a park.
Right, okay. But failure to rezone property which has been used for its original purpose for a very long time without any zoning changes during that period of time would not necessarily be considered a regulatory taking.
Well, and I'm sorry, we're in that area where those factors are all three going to be at play. That makes for a little harder prediction in any particular cases, but it's hard to speak in absolute terms. But those are the factors that would be under consideration if there were a takings claim asserted.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, I take it you're Mr. Reynolds. You started this direction when I was asking about the condition of the
It was an
building.
important question. Thank you very much, everybody.
Go ahead and state your name and
I'm
address.
Jim Reynolds. My address is 5261 West Stimmel Road, Salina. And so I've been with Salina Christian Academy since its founding. I was one of the original founders of the school. We founded the school in 2003 and had the school year 2003-2004 at a different location than Lowell Elementary School. All that time we were negotiating with 305 for one of the school buildings that they had for sale. Our original offer was for Hawthorne, and they thought that Lowell would be a better fit for what we had going on, and it turned out to be they were right. I want to give you a little history about just going into this place that had been vacant for 2 years and what that was like. In the 2 years after they had quit using it as a public school, the roof had given out. It gave up the ghost, and it was leaking throughout the entire building. The day that we went in and toured the school, it was raining. There was water running down the insides of most of the walls. When we went to turn on the lights in the building, there was a massive electrical arc. We didn't realize it at the time, but the water had gotten into the conduits for all of the electricity in the south wing of the school, and it blew it all out instantly. So when we got into the school, first order of repair was a new roof, plus a whole new electrical system in the south wing. And then all new carpeting throughout the building, mold remediation, a lot of plumbing repairs, tons of broken glass repair from bullet holes or BB gun holes and rocks and bottles, a plethora of dead birds, bats, and live bats, and a number of very large rodents. So buildings fall into very bad disrepair very quickly when they're unoccupied, and this one had. We put together a crew of people and put my business into it as well, volunteering its time to restore this building through the summer of 2004 so we could have school there in the fall of 2004. It was a massive undertaking. It was stated that we bought the building for $10,000, which we did. We spent $250,000 repairing it that summer. Through the course of the next few years, we put another $100,000 into repairs in the facility just to keep it upgraded and make necessary repairs to it. It served us well. We love the neighborhood. It was a great fit for us. We had neighbors that were on adjacent properties that took very good care to watch out for our school and let us know when things were going on around there. The first few years that we were in operation, we had the playground open for public use. We wanted to be a good neighbor. But we quickly found out that not everybody attends their children when they go to the playground. And so with an open fire escape on the back side of the building with a couple of roofs adjacent to it, it became pretty obvious that we needed to stop that practice because it was just simply too dangerous to allow kids in there when they were unsupervised. Over the years, we've had a lot of trash thrown over the fences. We've had other broken windows. Last November, I got a call from one of the neighbors. Told me that he had observed a couple of homeless-looking people in there the night before. It looked like they spent the night in the backyard behind the building. So there's just a lot of things that happen when a building is unattended. And for this building to remain unattended, it's in very good condition right now. In need of major upgrading, though, a lot of major upgrading. And so there's going to be a lot of money that's going to have to be spent on this thing. A lot of tuck pointing to the outside, a lot of entrance replacements, and that sort of thing that are beginning to deteriorate pretty badly. It's going to take a lot of money to keep this thing alive, and I think Mr. Richardson will do a great job with that, based on what I've seen him do around Salina. And we're grateful for the offer that he's made to the school, which will cover our mortgage only. The money that's left over, which is quickly disappearing due to the months that we're waiting to close this deal, is going to be set aside as a scholarship for another Christian school to help kids be able to attend that. So I hope we can come to a really good resolution for the use of this building. I think it will be a benefit to the neighborhood, and I know it'll be a benefit to keeping this building in very good shape for a long time into the future. So thank you very much for all of your time and your efforts in this.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Okay, do we have anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Okay. If you've already been up once, sorry, it's not fair. We'll just keep that merry-go-round. I guess I don't really have a lot of questions. I do have a couple comments. I've been making notes here, and I was glad to have this in here that kind of talked a little bit, that showed the number of rental properties. I know we've talked a lot about the future development portion of this. I think the PDD protects the city. I'm guessing if you ask the developer, he probably doesn't like the PDD because we can hold his feet to the fire as we look at developing that portion. If I understand that the unknown is somewhat scary to the neighbors, and I understand your concerns. But I've looked at prior projects. I look at the Roosevelt Lincoln School and Hawthorne, and those I think are good examples of how properties that were deteriorating or would have even gotten worse have been made an asset to the community. I know that the St. John's Hospital was brought up, and I don't know, at one point I think we had a picture of this, and this is kind of what I'm concerned about, and I would be real concerned about if I was in the neighborhood. This building, I believe, was a city commission back in 2014. Does that sound about right?
That's right.
Denied this facility being torn down, and since then it's under ownership of an LLC, and basically it just continues to deteriorate. Water's running inside, windows are being broke. That's what I do not want to see happen to Lowell School. I think that I have driven that neighborhood since this has come up, I bet 20 times. I noticed that there are some duplexes on Beloit there. Because of the age of the neighborhood, it's typical that there's the very mixed bag of properties, as Commissioner Fran said. There's good and there's bad. I really think this building being refurbished can help the neighborhood. I think that it can be a good neighbor. I just don't want to see this building, and I think Mr. Reynolds said it, an empty building deteriorates fairly quickly. And that is the Highland Beloit Republic area is a nice area, and we want to keep it that way. I was glad to hear that these are market rate apartments, so we're not having subsidized property there, which I think helped me a little bit on this. So buildings like this are not always easy to find uses for. I know those were kind of my comments. So I'll let any of the other commissioners make comments and move on.
Well, I keep hearing references to people who are renting. But in Salina, a lot of the renters are family members of the owners of the house. We all probably have had kids who needed help, or they live in a house, an older relative has died or whatever. We got medical students here, medical residents who are renting houses, grad students, college student, new families starting out, so a lot of times it's the first place they live before they move and buy their house. So, I'm more concerned about the condition the property is being kept in rather than whether that person owns it. It's great, homeowners tend to take better care of the property because it's their property, but just being a renter we shouldn't give the impression we're looking down on people who are renting houses. I agree, you got to do something with the building. I mean, it's either tear it down, build new houses, or use it for what it can be used for. Some old buildings are better off torn down, and I love old buildings. I mean, very much so. If it can be repurposed, that's great. I think if it's in a planned development district, there can be pressure put to adjust the landscaping and the borders and the lighting so that it fits in with a residential neighborhood. I think the Phase 2, I personally prefer the PDD R1. I mean, if it's going to be single-family homes, then just say that from the beginning. It's single-family homes, and don't leave it to question in the future. The property, I mean, the traffic needs to be resolved, because that street, and I'm used to driving in East Coast streets, which are narrow, cars double parked, people going the wrong way. That stretch of Republic is a rough street, is a rough block to navigate. And I would imagine with a few extra curb cuts and a lot of traffic, it won't be long before you have your increased share of accidents there. And I'm trying to, I'm more concerned about the Phase 2, and like I said, I like the PDD part because I think it's the chance for the neighbors to influence what the building looks like. Something's going to have to happen to it. If there's a neighbor who wants to pay SCA more for it than what they might get from a proposed buyer, then somebody could buy it, I guess, and put a park in, but you still have liability issues. But I think just as a city, if you look at that map of neighborhood parks, once you get south of Crawford Street, and I'm assuming there's a time in our city's development, neighborhood parks just disappeared from the scene of the earth, face of the earth. And they're great little places for neighborhood value. But there are really none in the southern half of the city. But that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. But I would, I think we're gonna have to come up with a compromise, and for me, the compromise is in the phase two area. I'm done.
And I think there are some areas for compromise, and forgive me, because you're going to get my whole stream of consciousness that I've been writing things down, so tune out if you need to. But I was, like the rest of my fellow commissioners, I was driving around the community, looking at Franklin, looking at Bartlett, Hageman, Roosevelt, Lincoln, because I've had a really hard time with this decision, and I don't think it's because I actually had an accident at that intersection where I took off a person's door of their car when they opened it. And I don't think it's sentimental reasons, because that is my neighborhood grade school. Ever since that school closed, I've known that there's going to be another chapter in that school's life. But the things that I saw about Franklin and Bartlett and Hageman and Hawthorne and Roosevelt Lincoln were, they had some commonalities, and those were, they either abutted a commercial area, or they were located on a major arterial street. And unfortunately, or fortunately, Lowell is really kind of marooned in a sea of R1 development. You know, Lowell is not on Santa Fe. It's not on 9th Street. It's really in its own little area, which I think makes it very difficult to evaluate. And I think that justifies the extra layer of scrutiny, and I hope the extra restrictions that we're entertaining right now. I really appreciate all the work that Mr. Richardson has done in the community to revitalize older buildings, because I think that's a niche that was totally unexplored, and I think he's done a good job of recognizing the potential, and I've loved seeing the apartments on Iron transform in particular. However, I think it also merits looking in terms of the development that's occurring just to the south of Market Aid. And something that I would hope that maybe doing some sort of a PDD here will help us end up with a product, you know, if this is the route that we go, that's more compatible with the size, the height of the surrounding neighborhood. I realize that, you know, I just think that I'm not saying that, you know, there's a particular architectural genre or anything like that to dictate, but I think that it does merit, as some of the materials we have received, talking about height, talking about spacing, talking about, frankly, where to put the parking lot. I don't think that it, and like I said, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but, you know, asking for different options to put so that the parking lot isn't the first thing that you see, that's something I'd love to see. I also agree with Commissioner Davis that, to me, it seems much more forthright to be declaring this an R1 PDD as opposed to an R2 PDD. And I think also we need, as Commissioner France mentioned, to have some conversation about limiting of curb cuts, because if we're talking about single-family houses on that stretch of Republic, that's just going to be a pretty heavy burden. And I guess I would just look to staff, I guess, to see if we have done any kind of an engineering evaluation of that intersection.
Mr. Mayor, in fact, maybe just throw another question in, since Mr. Andrews is coming. We've been talking about 15 apartments, and it's a question I should have asked, but is there any estimate of the number of people? You know, it's different to have 15 three-bedroom apartments as opposed to 15 one-bedroom apartments. And don't remember seeing in any of this, if there was an estimate of the number of people that represents.
I can't speak to what the plan is in terms of the breakdown of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or even 3-bedroom apartments. That would be something that the applicant would have to address. I was just gonna address the only thing we've done from a traffic standpoint is we've conferred with KDOT on traffic counts. Mr. Hers and I went out and measured every pertinent dimension in the intersection and all the street widths and the distances and all that, so we would have factual information as to those distances and separations. And we have the traffic counts, and we sought accident reports from the police department. But in terms of an engineering study, there is part of the reason that Republic is narrower between Santa Fe and Highland is there's a when you have properties that are in different subdivisions and you don't take great care when you're piecing subdivisions together, sometimes you get streets that don't line up. In the case of Republic, the strip between Santa Fe and Highland has a much narrower right-of-way than a typical street, and because the right-of-way is narrower, the street is narrower. So it's a product of that. So there's not a great deal that can be done to change the geometrics of the width of Republic on that stretch. So all we've tried to do is and in terms of proximity to intersections or anything similar, is we had a similar situation that we looked at in the case of the Donna Veneer Children's Center, where Oakdale has an offset intersection at Ash Street, and there is a driveway on the Donna Veneer's Children's Center that's in fairly close proximity to the Oakdale Avenue intersection, and we agreed to monitor that, and we have found that it has not created hazards that have resulted in any undue number of accidents or conflicts there. But that's in terms of where else do we have streets that intersect that don't line up with each other. Oakdale does not line up north and south at Ash Street, and we do have a driveway for the Donna Veneer Children's Center. It's actually closer than what any driveway here would be to Highland. But in terms of, I'm not sure what you mean by engineering steady, but we went out and made sure that we knew all the pertinent dimensions and separations and confirmed all those so that you would have that for your report.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that level of detail and accuracy, so thank you for that. I mean, I think what I'm also talking about is, and obviously this has been in the works for months and months and months, but, you know, if there's any consideration of whether that could be, you know, moved to the east, as I mentioned before, an alternative location for the parking lot that would provide more screening. But in terms of moving the driveway somewhat further to the east.
Well, in terms of, as we indicated in our report, although they're linked, because in any action that might approve a change of zoning to planned development district, the preliminary development plan is part and parcel of that action. So anything that relates to the site plan, such as the action that the Planning Commission took to recommend that there be 2 connection points, is fair game. The only thing I would point out is that if you push the parking lot too far to the east, then you don't have a phase 2. You start encroaching into the phase 2. So if you could go to the site development plan, Dustin. In terms of shifting driveways, is this driveway is going to have to be reworked? Could it be moved over here? Absolutely. It would line up with something that was here. Could this be eliminated here and make this more linear? Absolutely. All those things are within your discretion. It's just a matter of conditioning or making those revisions. This is conceptual, and so just because there's a curb cut there doesn't mean it can't be here. And as Mr. Franz mentioned, if you don't want to have a curb cut on Republic at all, you can specify that the access is to Beloit. If you don't want to have any curb cuts for these and that they have to have alternative access, you can make that part of any action. So anything when it comes to regulating access points is within your jurisdiction as a governing body.
I have a document that would help to answer that question. It's Kansas Traffic Engineering Assistance Program through KDOT.
You can, once you give
Could
that to
I
staff,
give this to you?
you can give it to staff. Comments down, Commissioner Ryan or Franz?
None, it's 10:15 and it's time to act. Sorry.
I don't have any particular comments. I'm just curious how, if there's going to be a compromise, how we reach that and what that might be. I actually like the idea of shifting the access to the parking lot a little bit, but I don't know how realistic that is, if we can make that requirement now, or if we simply say it comes at the next step of the process.
I would have to look at staff for an answer on that. Here comes Mr. Andrews.
I guess my comment would be that if you, we've talked about your options in terms of major or minor revisions to the site plan. If you, one of your options is to postpone consideration of the application to allow additional information to be provided by staff or the applicant. If one of the things, if you had if there was a consensus to certain things that you wanted to see different or depicted more clearly on a site plan for your consideration, and you could articulate those, one of the things you could do would be to postpone consideration to allow those things to be incorporated into a drawing that you could then evaluate. But to do that, you would have to have a general consensus or some sort of action to allow time for the site plan portion of this to be modified to reflect those things that you'd like to see differently. That's all I can suggest in terms of the site plan. But in terms of, you have all kinds of discretion to direct that revisions be made to the site plan, but you're going to have to do that in some consensus fashion as a body to allow those things to be incorporated if you want to see what those look like before you took any action on the zoning as well as the site plan.
Yes, part of my comment would be is it appears we've already, we've added the second exit down at Beloit Street. To me, I'm guessing the residents make that call depending on which one's the safer, which one they're more comfortable using as far as an exit. So I'm not.
Well, I mean, just from a practical standpoint, this is an existing curb cut. If you had a curb cut down here, you can't line this curb cut up down here because you'd be going through the building. So that would, if the parking lot is going to be lined up east of the building, then it's very likely that this is going to be shifted to the east, but you can't shift it so far to the east that it starts encroaching into here.
Exactly, it's got to be part of this, yeah.
Or even if it's one way, turning into a narrow parking lot is easier than coming out of one. But, those are decisions that get made. I don't know if we need to go into that detail ourselves, but certainly to come back with other ideas. If we wish to make the future development a PDD R1, is that considered option 2 here, disagreeing with the recommendation, sending it back to them with
I
that
don't-
suggestion?
I don't think you'd be disagreeing with the planning commission because you are agreeing with them that it should be limited to single family, and it was just a matter of drafting that whether the underlying zoning is PDD R1 for the future development area. That's just a simpler matter of drafting in terms of modifying the ordinance to reflect that. They just didn't make that specific of a recommendation, but they did recommend, and what's before you is saying single family only in the phase 2 future development area.
If that's the only change, I think we might be able to prepare that between first and second reading. If you're going further than that, then I agree with Mr. Andrew. We're going to need more clarity from you. And while I understand the desire to look at a plan, we're going to be caught in this catch-22 of a repeated cycle of proposing a plan and then discussing. The more clarity that you can provide, the more it's going to expedite the decision, and the more it's going to assist the applicant to provide the plan that you ultimately are looking for.
If I might pursue a little bit of detail, what we see up there is the location of that parking lot. It says not to scale, but is the location correct, or is it going to shift further west, or I mean, how, because that does not look like it lines up with Highland coming in from the north. It may catch part of it.
Okay. We would probably have to go back and forth from the aerial photo to this, Mr. Hers, but this is the existing curb cut.
Okay.
If that curb cut is utilized, it comes down and catches the corner of this building.
Okay, but where is the west edge of the parking lot is conceptualized? Is it lined up with that crosswalk? Is it further west?
Conceptually, the boundary is here. And so it's shown as the edge of this. In order to have a straight pass-through between Republic and Beloit,
okay,
this is probably going to have to be shifted to here, and then we're going to be lining up east, because you have to remember, to make this work and to get 30 stalls, you're going to have to put a aisle down here and probably have stalls on either side, and so that's going to put the curb cut over here.
okay. Maybe I'm too deep in the weeds at this point, but that location I find a lot more acceptable than one that was further west.
And in that scenario, is that a one-way drive through the parking lot with the stalls on both sides?
I believe it would be designed and intended to be two-way, to allow for both entrance and exit. That's what our code